Hello, people. Yes, the Seahawks are on the clock. Now, I'm going to be slightly behind you guys, so bear with me on a slow reaction. But personally, what am I hoping for here? Well, first of all, Seattle has multiple picks. Can you imagine having multiple picks in the day of the draft? How is that? But also multiple fourth round picks, so it's going to be busy pretty quick here. And maybe not a 102. I think 102, I'm hoping for like a Malik Mustafa because of the speed, the tackling ability, being able to run and hit. Just stands out from the safety class in a way that a lot of the other safeties, they're like, oh, that guy's interested in these different ways, but he can't tackle. Well, Mustafa's interesting in a few different ways, and yet he can tackle, so that is good, obviously. But the second fourth round pick, I really can talk myself into the Spencer Rattler stuff. I really can. What Griff was saying yesterday about maybe, there's the character concern or whatever, but he's further humbled by a slide. I'm kind of on board with that and how he could learn under Geno Smith and, John Schneider be itching to draft a QB and the upside of Rattler's obviously there. Yeah, I'm fully on board with that. But, yeah, good to see all of you here. Griff will be joining me. So you know from my stream and how far behind I am. Right now, I've only just seen the Panthers put their pick in. Lots of happy Carolina fans. What would you call that shade of blue? Anyway. I forget. So, yeah, I'm going to be slightly behind. Linebacker-wise, it might be a bit early for the linebacker that they like, but we'll have to see. So, and what I mean by that is McGee, Barrett, they might be kind of fifth round picks. You could also double dip at guard because you could argue that like a Christian Mahogany or whatever is the end of a ledge. And obviously he hasn't been taken yet. But as Seattle netted yesterday, Christian Haynes picked. Quite a long ledge there, though. In other news, Newcastle just won 5-1, so it's a good day today. And Man United dropped points. Excellent. And now I'm just waiting to see what the Carolina pick is. But, of course, day 3, the day that John Schneider makes his money, right? I'm expecting greatness here. And don't forget, the 4th round, he has the tendency to go receiver. So, yeah, I'm just seeing the Panthers pick announced now. Let me get the sound on. Monjombo, I was trying not to check the chat, but I did see Xavier Legette's interview. Is it Legette or Leggett? I did see it. Yeah, it was amazing. He was like that at the Senior Bowl as well. I mean, obviously it's his accent, but yeah, that's incredible. Hey, I had to read lips, but I did understand it in the end. Reflect the Sun, please don't spoil. I mean, I would like you guys to react to the pick, but I can't. I don't want to see it. So, and I also want to kind of engage with the chat. I'll just hide you guys. You can talk about it, but I know some people get really upset about the spoiling. Oh, Gemfy. Is that what happened? Oh yeah, I've just seen it flash up. They traded to the Denver Broncos. Wow. What did they get? Did they get a 3rd round pick again? If they got a 3rd round pick, I mean that's comical, isn't it? Let me turn my volume up. Okay, so Tom Pelissero of NFL Network. Denver gave up a 4th round pick, a 4th round pick, and a 6th round pick for Seattle's pick 102 and pick 235. Cool. So I mean, this is the chance for if Seattle wants to get interesting, right? If they want to take a quarterback, maybe this is and I've just seen it on the screen here as well. Maybe this is where you can get your quarterback as well and feel like it's not too much of a luxury. But man, I come on air and all ready to go, and now I have to wait. What is this? I quite like that deal though. Let me just bring that up on screen. I mean, Denver must really, really like someone to do that. And from a Seattle perspective, in terms of positional ledges, other than what I said about Mahogany maybe being the back end of that guard ledge, I think, you know, there's kind of new stuff for each position. So I don't necessarily think they're going to miss out on anyone, which is obviously why they did that. Move down. But yeah, Denver's proving quite the reliable trade partner. Let me get this trade terms up. I mean, it seems to me like this is a no-brainer. That's gone well. Great. Yeah, so not much more to say than that. I'm going to have a sip of coffee. It's been a pretty crazy draft cycle in terms of sleep, so... But chat, who are you? Let me know, what players are you hoping for? I've said I like Malik Mustafa, Spencer Rattler. I could get excited about Jaden Hicks as well. I think the profile is intriguing. Even Kinchins with the way he hits would be exciting. And interesting that the first two picks of the fourth round here are Jatavion Sanders, the tight end out of Texas, and then Troy Franklin, wide receiver from Oregon, which... So we're going to have a fun run in a bit where Seattle at pick 18 and pick 21 in the fourth round. We can get two very quick picks in a row. And then we have to wait to pick 136 in the fifth round. Oh, Jordan, thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. If you got a question, Jordan, please do ask it. I always like the duck in your... Well, is that a duck? I'm going to go with duck. It could be a similar type of animal. But yeah, I always like your duck, so thank you. So Gemfi asking any linebackers worth jumping on. So yeah, I tweeted out last night, and it's something that I was wishing I'd mentioned on the stream with Griff, right? But... I tweeted out about how to go and get Colson at 60, I just think Junior Colson, the Michigan linebacker, of course, went pick 69 to the Los Angeles Chargers. Not very nice. But I think for Seattle to go up and get him, it would have cost too much. They'd have probably had to lose the third round pick they ended up spending on a guard. And then they're probably not having the fourth round picks. And just now they've acquired two more and moved up from the 7th to the 6th via Denver. Like, they just wouldn't have had any picks if they'd done that. And so yeah, you get Junior Colson, but then you probably don't get a guard like Christian Haynes, which a lot of people are saying it's great value. You know, you look at him on the consensus board, you look at how a lot of people had him as a top 50 player. To get him 81 is kind of crazy, isn't it? So, all that to say, yeah, there are still linebackers worth jumping on. They're just more kind of day 3 types, and we're in day 3 now. And so Jalen Ford out of Texas is someone we watched. He's kind of got a micro profile, kind of just a solid player. Does a bit of everything well, and had some a coverage awareness that seemed like it would translate. He didn't really flash too much, but I think he has kind of a density about him. Then Cedric Gray out of UNC is body composition wise, as Griff's mentioned, has similarities to like a Roquan Smith light, but he has that kind of tight, compact profile, and again would be like a Mike candidate. And then at will, there's Mike Barrett out of Michigan, who's someone I'd get very excited about if they decided to take him, because the way he takes on blocks is really, really physical, and there's a lot of technique in that. Feet, hands, striking, stacking, brace foot, near foot, excellent hand placement, just a really, really physical player taking on linemen coming downhill. Not only that, his coverage, he was recruited as a will in that defense, as a nickel in that defense. Actually was playing nickel under Mike McDonald when he was the DC there in 2021. And I just think that kind of coverage stuff really translates. Now he's more of a will in every sense, like even the coverage assignments that he got in Michigan, and just seeing him open up, say, as a sail defender, you know, really kind of turning and pulling open the hip and running to the top of the numbers, and then flipping the hips and finding the getting underneath the one, getting his butt to the sideline, playing deep to short, getting underneath that corner, and then rallying to the flat. That sort of stuff, when he's really given the assignment to open up like that, it's very obvious what he could do in a variety of aspects. But yeah, he's someone who played to the boundary, like the boundary flat, and maybe if you took him, Baker could then play a bit of Mike as well. I know they said that Dodson would start off as a Mike and Baker the will. That seems very much to me like a kind of base strategy approach. They also kind of alluded to them moving around some. So yeah, I wouldn't get too caught up in Mike versus Will when it comes to Dodson and Baker. Now, the other linebacker is Jordan McGee out of Temple. Huge fan of his game. Huge fan of his game. He was flashing, he was splashy, he can run, he can hit. He's again more of a will type, even though at Temple he kind of received, like in the NFL, the Mike might be getting those assignments. But because he's a bit lighter, he'd be more of a will again. But his movement, his coverage, potential, and just the flash, like the running, the hitting, the tackling is fun. It's just for him a level of competition where he's playing against, like, teams Temple played against, and didn't get to go to a Senior Bowl or Shrine Bowl or test himself against better teams, or at least I haven't seen that tape. But yeah, he wore number 6 at Temple, which they give to their alpha dog. So yeah, I really like the idea of that. So that's 4 linebackers. There's definitely still some options. Now, I'm not saying this is the next Bobby Wagner, but maybe it could be kind of the next KJ Wright or the 2024 edition. Is that sacrilegious? I don't think so. KJ, when he came into the league, was not good. But wow, he became good. On that subject, Malcolm Smith was an unreal player in 2013. Just ridiculous player. Because I remember at the time watching that Super Bowl back, and I was like, Cam Chancellor had to win MVP, or Cliff Averill should have won MVP. It's cool that Malcolm Smith won it, but he just had a pick 6. Nah, he earned that on the season. That was me not knowing ball at the time. He was arguably player of the game in some of those wins down the stretch. Really good linebacker. like sometimes look better than Bobby Wagner. So just I think with him, it just didn't quite work out injury wise and just development track. He just got beaten out, didn't he? And then he got paid elsewhere. Right, let me stop sharing this. Let me stop sharing that. And I can bring up my screen again. So where are we at? 104. Okay, so the Cardinals took one of the safeties, Dadrian Taylor-Demison, out of Texas Tech. I wasn't that big a fan of his game. Now, he can absolutely fly. He can run. He can hit. Making that tackle outside, he actually looked a bit like Quandre Diggs, just short and quick. Anyway. And similar running style. But in the post, he's pedaling past all the routes. So when you're a post third defender, and obviously they're Texas Tech, sometimes they're playing some wide open ass offenses. I don't know exactly what they were coaching their guys, but generally if you're playing in the post, you don't want to pedal your way out of the play. You don't want to pedal past where the routes are so that you're so deep that you can't actually, break downhill or break even to the seam route, okay? And he just keeps pedaling without much of an awareness of where the QB's looking, where that front shoulder ends up pointing. I just didn't like how he maintained leverage on the deep routes in the post third, and his skill set, being a bit smaller, being a shorter player, being so fast, that would, he would be like the deep safety if Seattle had decided to take him. He would have been the middle third type player. He would have been the maybe deep half player if it's quarter half, or even cover two, just a deep half player, but to the field side, the wide side, or the passing strength. You want to have him as the deeper safety a lot of the time. And yet I don't necessarily think he has the zone traits. So Arizona's betting on the person, and then obviously the testing, and there's real splashes, right? Like he's like a missile running, but raw in the coverage technique. But yeah, for Seattle, it would have been nice. Like to me, I'd rather have played, assuming the ACL was okay, I'd rather have played Jarek Reed over him. Whereas in this draft, what can you get, which Jarek Reed doesn't have? We can get a bit more size. You can get more of like a guy who'd be comfortable playing in a big nickel role, can't you? With, say, a Jaden Hicks or potentially a Malik Mustafa, even though he's not the tallest. He has a density to him. He's nearly 210 pounds at 5'11", isn't he? So. That coffee's good. Right. So how the fourth round, it shouldn't take this long, should it? Frustrating. And also, chat, I have to decide what food to get, so you can help me with that. Griff had pizza last night. I was very envious. The Chargers draft room is pumped. Harbaugh's having the time of his life. I imagine doing this after college recruiting must be quite fun. Carl, I've got pizza envy. You don't need to tell me that. Jemphy saying he appreciates my He appreciates all my info, but was concerned about the linebackers, given how all the draftniks are talking about very weak linebacker class, and the names are all gone except Eichenberg. Yeah, I mean, it's not the best linebacker class, but I think there's still the intriguing options, like I said. James Williams is another name. I haven't watched too much of him because Miami tape just didn't exist this year. So, AC's talking about Brandon Dorlus. Hey, AC, that's the name that Griff and I watched. I basically, I think I talked Griff off that. Well, to be fair, at the time, I think there was maybe a suggestion that He was getting some love, maybe as a day 2 type player, the Oregon kind of big end / 3 tech. But we just watched him. I forget who we watched him with. It might have been Ruko Rororo. But yeah, Dorlus just straight up. I don't know how you're going to play him inside early in the NFL, like on early downs. So then it's how do you get him onto the field? It's like, okay, cool, there's some splashy rushes when he can go speed to power, connect with his ball. Like, there's some interesting things. Did some nasty things to Washington's right guard. But at the Senior Bowl, he's getting worked like any wide zone type play, anything where the guard's not tight towards him, he's getting shoved out the club, or he's just slow off the ball and just struggles lateral movement-wise. Like, the agility's just not there. So then it's how do you get him on the field in the NFL? Because it's all well and good saying, hey, passing downs, I'd love to play the 3-tech and rush the passer. Buddy, so would a number of people. But to get you on the field, to actually get you playing and being of value, we need you to be able to play on early downs, and I don't know if he can. So I'm really interested to see where he goes, to be honest. I really am. AC Neeland got taken. Jemphy asking about Theo Johnson still on the board. Yeah, I mean, that's just one of those, you just bet on the profile. Did he really get a 10 relative athletic score? That is insane, obviously. I knew he was very athletic, but to get a perfect 10, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, taking a flyer on an athletic tight end. Now they have all these 4th round picks. Well, all these picks. Let me not mess this up, actually. I feel like I'm messing this up. Oh, yeah. I kind of did mess it up, didn't I? Because Seattle they basically did that to trade up. Oh, no, I didn't mess up. Yeah, they've got 3 4th round picks. That's crazy. Yeah, Jemphy, for him to get a 10 RAS, for Theo Johnson to get a 10 RAS, that would be insane. He'd run like a 0.0040. Yeah, but yeah, 9.99. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, so Seattle now has pick 118, pick 121, pick 136 in the 4th round. So he's going to get busy. Oh, Cedric Gray just went to the Titans. So we did theorize, right? Griff and I, we did theorize. What if the Seahawks feel better about their linebacker room than the general perception? What if they're like, we're right. We've got some interesting undrafted free agents. We've got Patrick O'Connell, who looked okay in the preseason, had some flashes. We've invested some at the position. We're going to give Tyrell Dodson the chance to prove it this year. He's on that type of contract, isn't he? We feel good about the Baker pickup. And yeah, the undrafted free agents we have, like O'Connell, Rattigan, they're not much worse, / they'll be ahead of anyone we're picking day 3 as a linebacker. And there's some UDFAs maybe who are still intriguing to us. I mean, if a McGee, who I've mentioned from Temple, if he goes undrafted, him over Gray in the 4th round, I would prefer that. So just gonna eat this orange. So in that trade down, it's meant Seattle's gained an additional fourth rounder, moved up from the 7th to the 6th, but they're missing out on Theo Johnson, who's just gone, Cedric Gray, Jatavion Sanders, and then some wide receiver names. Are you guys upset about that? Are any of those names, do you think, much better than names that's going to be available to Seattle when they pick? I'm not so sure. It's kind of what I was saying about how right now they're kind of in the middle of a ledge. The ledge only just started in the 4th round for these positions like tight end, and then the next tier of linebacker. So I think it's all good. I think it's a kind of a no-brainer move. Who did the Broncos do that for? Let's find that out. Yeah, the Broncos did that for Troy Franklin, the wide receiver out of Oregon. Yeah, and even safety with the Cardinals at 104, that's only just like Dadrion Taylor-Demerson. Oh, okay. So Minnesota just took Kyrie Jackson, who is another player who we wondered about to Seattle. Interesting player. Long, tall. Oregon's old corner back coach. And damn it, I'm going to blank on his name. But he did an excellent clinic on step kick press technique. Then he's now, I think, at Michigan State. But why I mention all that is, you watch Jackson, he'll have step kick reps, like really good step kick reps. And obviously with Pete Carroll leaving, that doesn't really matter. And maybe the step kick press was overblown. But personally, I found it fun watching a long guy play with patience and strike guys. Also, Oregon now, with the system they're running, kind of an offshoot of Kirby Smart / Nick Saban with Lanning there. There's a lot of different coverages. And Jackson is, he kind of a ball hawking, looks really comfortable with his butt to the sideline, but you can play press on the outside as well. So that's a cool pick for the Vikings. Really interested to see how he's used in that type of defense as well. Taylor, thank you for saying you're glad I got to do this at normal time for once. Good morning to you too. Yeah, you say normal time, but I'm actually on like 4 hours sleep, so what I had planned didn't happen, so it's all good. But yeah, it's nice. It's actually light outside here. Absolutely weird. Like if I do this, look at that. It's light. It's not plunged into darkness. Okay. Gemfi, good point. Sanders did go before Seattle's 102 pick, which they then traded. So, very good point. And still, Spencer Rattler falls. Now, in terms of the upcoming teams, would the Falcons take Rattler? Maybe. But no, they wouldn't. The Patriots, probably not. You're not going to have 2 rookies with Drake May there. The Jets, I very much doubt that. The Raiders, potentially, right? The Raiders could do it. The Ravens, no, I don't think so. The Jags, I don't think so. The Bengals, I don't think so. The Jags, I don't think so. The Colts, I don't think so. So the real threat team for me there is the Raiders. Wow, the Falcons took Dorless. I've been bullied into saying Falcons, not Falcons. It's messed up what you guys do to me. I say you guys, it's kind of Griff, certain individuals in the chat. You know who you are. Monjombo asking, Matty, did you incorporate some Pete Carroll techniques into your dominant Olympian defense? Hey, we're not dominant yet. We've had 1 week. We took care of business in week 1. We took care of the business that we needed to, but we've got a lot of room to get better. Now, in terms of the techniques, what do you think? What do you think? Come on now. I've actually coaches from that system have been kind enough to spend quite a lot of time with with me talking through some things. So yeah, that's obviously an influence. Absolutely. Monte Kiffin type stuff. Yeah. Yeah, so Dorless, we just spoke about him, right? But the Falcons draft, like Ororo, where they took him, trading up for him over Johnny Newton. I know he had the medical thing, but man, I like Michael Hall more than him, and he went in the 50s. Like, what are we doing? Hey, one of those though where when reaction to a draft is so negative, as we saw maybe with Detroit's first round last year, maybe they know something that we don't. But yeah, Atlanta's having they're having a draft. I'll say that much. Gemfy saying the Jets could take Spencer Rattler. Yeah, I don't think so. I just like how Spencer Rattler, who supposedly has immaturity or character concerns, how's that going to work with Aaron Rodgers? Who, by the way, if you're going to take a quarterback with Aaron Rodgers there, I just don't know how that looks, you know. And also, it shouldn't work like this. Oh, Javon Baker just went to the Patriots. I know Griff liked him. I think don't want to mischaracterize. Yeah, where was I going with that point on Rattler? Also, yeah, it shouldn't work like this, but I think it's only natural when you miss out on Rodgers for a year. Surely you're like, right, okay, f everything else, f our future. Can we just actually get a good year out of him and just push everything in and take players who can help him? Oh, the Jets just traded out, so the Packers are now on the clock. Now, the Packers could do it. Yeah, so what is the read on Baker? He was at UNC, it looked like. Then he went to UCF. Is that just like he's not in a real offense? So like route running wise, it's projection, but like the catching, the speed is obvious. The ball tracking. Matthew asking Cade Stover at tight end an option. Yeah, tight end is. I know that the two like big athlete dudes went. Tip Ryman went yesterday, didn't he, to the Cardinals, where they're just going to run 13 personnel and pound the crap out of the football. That's going to be a nasty team, nasty offense to face, especially when your coach is coming from a system where run defense wise, don't look at the last half of the season. But yeah, tight end wise, the three kind of athletic testers are off, but and obviously Brock Bowers. But other than that, Ben Sinnott went, didn't he, early? Whether you viewed him as a tight end or kind of like a H-back, very much in the move mold, right? But other than that, there's lots of options, isn't there? So Cade Stover would be some people's best next guy. Jared Wiley out of TCU, interesting. McLaughlin, who Griff watched from Arizona, he's old, 6th year senior, but he's there. Oh yeah, Jatavion Sanders went as well. Then you've got AJ Barner from Michigan. Is that someone who would intrigue McDonald? He's got a wrestling background, and he also has long arms, and he also did a bit of everything in that system, right? Like he lined up in line, he lined up in the slot, but while he lacks maybe some weight, he can play a bit of in line, and I think when it comes to tight ends, obviously they signed Pharaoh Brown. I don't necessarily think it's a massive need because of his blocking ability, and they clearly they've thought of him, as they said, as like one of the best blocking tight ends in the league. And obviously there's significant investment with Noah Fant, but given the significant investment with Fant, I think you're better off getting more of an inline than a move type. I don't so we're asking about Eric all out of Iowa. He's just an injury guy, right? He's been injured a lot in his career. 1 year starter. Had a back injury, and then tore his ACL in 2023. But he's hella athletic looking. Just no testing numbers. Honestly, he'll go undrafted, right? I don't see how he doesn't go undrafted, but. Right. So I haven't really spoke about safety, so let's do that. I've spoke about the linebacker options. So when it comes to safety, obviously Seattle right now with how their roster's constructed, Kayvon Wallace, Rayshon Jenkins, Julian Love, they're more guys you want in a quarter, like a deep quarter, to the boundary side. They're kind of, tighter coverage guys. No, there's always exceptions to that, but generally they're more strong safety types. Generally, I would suggest in a split field safety system, right? And they can do a bit of box work and they can do a bit of deep work, but you would want them to be doing more of the kind of down stuff, like playing tight to a number 2 in a quarter, or even just playing down in the box, than you would playing in the deep middle third or a deep half, okay? Not that they can't do the deep middle third and deep half in a pinch. Evan Williams to the Packers. There you go. So maybe there's a bit of a safety run going here. So in terms of the names who are still available, Jaden Hicks, Washington State, some people's safety number 1. I wonder he's a younger guy. He's a redshirt sophomore. He's only under 22 years old. But athletic profile-wise, he was almost 6'2", 215 pounds, ran a 4.5 flat 40. Like, crazy athletic, and some people's safety number 1. So I wonder if the age thing is, maybe there's some immaturity there. Maybe there's a medical thing we don't know about. I mean, he ran a 6.88 second 3 cone at 6'2", 211 pounds. That's pretty impressive, and I really liked what I saw from him coverage-wise. I think the other thing with Hicks, without even needing to get into some character theory, is he couldn't tackle. He just dipped his target. He just straight up, his tackling style is just running right at someone's feet and then dipping his head and trying to make the tackle, and that means you miss because you're not seeing what you hit. You're just left sort of relying on you to trip someone up, and yeah. So the vision with him would be put him in and around the line of scrimmage, have him match up with slots sometimes because he can do that. Like, he had a great interception on slot fade, which is a very difficult route to cover. He did a bit of everything in the Washington State defense. But if you're primarily wanting him in and around the line of scrimmage, think about what a nickel defender does. Think about Spoon's impact and what they're envisioning for Jamal Adams last year. But you're doing that, but you can't tackle. Well, we have a bit of an issue then, don't we? Because we would need you to tackle, especially in that role. Obviously, it's a requirement on all of defense, but as Jordan says, tackling seems important at safety. Yeah, it doesn't even need to be as detailed as I just said, does it? It just is like tackling is important at defense. Yeah, AC. So yeah, he was active and around the ball. Tackling technique just needs more development and refinement. That's right. But then that's where you get into, you talk to him in the meetings and stuff, and it's like, you see if you find him coachable, and then where can you slot him in? Now, other safety names other than Hicks, who, as I said, was some people's safety 1. Uh, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Cameron Kinchins from Miami is still undrafted. He was like a solid player, but he's more of like that quarter safety type I was speaking about. And then Malik Mustafa is a name that I'm really intrigued by. I got his weight wrong earlier. He's 5'10", 206 pounds. His tackling technique is the best in the draft, and he ran a 4.5 4-second 40, and I didn't manage to get too much Wake Forest defense, which really is upsetting. Yeah, Kinchins went to the Rams. Okay, of course he did. Thank you, chap. Yeah, so he's not available. So yeah, Mustafa would be the guy that I'd be intrigued by. Again, I haven't been able to watch too much, but someone put together an all-22 cut-up of him, and he looks... I'm kind of contradicting myself because he is more of a quarters-type safety, kind of more of a strong type, almost linebacker-esque, but, you know, with the caveat that he's 209 pounds. But the way he tracks the near hip and strikes people, weaves in his quarters pedal, is so impressive. Now, I do wonder, the only thing that could be going on with him other than the fact that he is... he's only turning 22 in June. So he's not too old. But, yeah, that Wake Forest defense is not necessarily... like, the concepts aren't necessarily a translation to the pros all the time. It's quite collegey. And then I do wonder skills playing the ball or getting hands on the football, tracking the ball. And also the Senior Bowl with Mustafa. I didn't really get it initially because he just didn't pop out to me. And doing like the kind of NFL zone stuff, he didn't look that polished at all. So really you're just drafting a speeding missile who can run and tackle, and then a Wake Forest has some intriguing kind of reps playing like off on a slot in like a quarter and matching that guy deep. Or yeah, but just the tackling, the hitting, the technique that he tackles with, that's big. So, as I've said all that, is that actually a 4th round pick? I don't know. Now, in terms of safeties, that's kind of the two names that I still know about, Hicks and Mustafa. Now, some people, as a top 100 player, had Christian Mahogany. I know Brandon Thorne, NFL offensive line expert in general, but he had Mahogany, I believe, as a day 2 player out of Boston College, 5th year senior, so he is turning 24 in October, American dates. But his flashes are crazy, like getting out in space. He's so damn athletic and physical, and just a really crazy baller. But his whiffs are pretty scary, and his pass pro is not great. But the vision would be you stash him on the roster, kind of coach him up. Like, how can you have those flashes on tape and be 6'3", 314 pounds with a 32.5-inch vert, a 1.74 second 10-yard split, and be bad, you know? Like this 9'1" broad jump, like he tested really good as well. So I would be intrigued by that. It's just coaching him, just the general kind of body control, not getting too excited about going to whack someone out in space, and then coaching up the other stuff. So again, that's a character analysis type pick where if you find him coachable, you take a bet on the good stuff, and and coach up the other stuff. But don't forget, Schneider's coming from a tree in Green Bay where they had a lot of success taking guards in like the mid to late rounds and stashing them for a year or 2 years even, and then getting them into the lineup. I think that's his general philosophy as well. Not that it's always played out like that in Seattle, but I think that's what we're seeing now as well, right? Like even the Haynes pick, he might not necessarily start this year. The vision with Anthony Bradford last year was not that he'd be playing football, but obviously Phil Haynes, health-wise, couldn't stay healthy. So, Gemfty, thank you so much for reminding me. There's also Mason McCormick, who is an incredible athlete. Now, he turns 24 next month. Happy birthday. 24. Unreal athlete, but because he's an unreal athlete at South Dakota State playing, I don't even know what conference that is, but he gets away with things where the technique needs a lot of work. Because he can get away with it because of his athleticism. But against higher levels of competition, that will get him in some trouble. So, again, though, coach that up. I mean, the guy's 6'4", nearly 34-inch long arms, had a 1.71 second 10-yard split and a 35.5-inch vert, 9'9" broad. Insane. Actually insane. That is... That is interesting. So, yeah, you've got two right now, and this is why Seattle traded down. Right now, Mustafa, Hicks still on the board. McCormick, Mahogany still on the board. A lot of interesting, well, maybe one or two interesting tight ends. And Spencer Rattler. So, now, the danger spot in terms of Rattler, I think, has gone. Okay, so Eric All, the tight end, just went to the Jags. Okay, well, please, chat, enjoy talking about this. I'll try not to have the pick spoiled for me. I'm going to have to turn the thing up. Taylor, enjoy the picks live. That's cool. Reflect the Sun. Good question. You should hold them accountable. I'm just kidding. Why can't I turn my volume up? That's not great, is it? Oh. So, chat, who are you hoping for? And yeah, it could be another quarterback. It doesn't everyone gets fixated on Rattler, but if the character thing is really bad and just team is so turned off by that, I mean, you get your pick of the kind of day 3 type of quarterbacks like Michael Pratt, Jordan Travis, who the flashes are there on tape, right? It's just the injury and not having the sustained production or consistency. And typically, this always seems to happen with Seattle, but typically they've gone to a commercial break. So we're calling for Malik Mustafa from Shiv. Good to see you, Shiv. Hicks, Mustafa, Rattler. Hicks, Barrett or Mustafa. Interior O-line. Malik or Jalen Ford. Linebacker. Yeah, see, all of these names and all these options, they're still there, aren't they? So good work, you could say, on the trade down, because you might be able to get all 3 in the 4th round. You really might. Yeah, so the waiting game. What other quarterbacks would be Schneider like? They had that on top 30 visit with top 30 is such a silly way of describing it. They brought in the UCF quarterback John Reese Plumlee, didn't they? That would be as an undrafted free agent, I imagine. Russell Wilson-esque tape. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Yeah, none of the other quarterbacks are screaming out to me, especially in the 4th round. Yeah, I see you mentioning Joe Milton. Oh, Manjomba, have I messed that up? Well, that's gone well, hasn't it? This is why I need Griff with me. So the 5th round pick's a high pick. So they got their 2 4ths they kept, but they just moved down. Then they got a 5th, and they moved up from the 7th to the 6th. Okay, well, let's see. Yeah, so linebacker wise, still available is McGee, Trotter, which I would not like, Tyrese Knight, which Tommy Eichenberg, which no. Just looking at if they went purely coverage, I've just seen the Colts pick announced. If they went purely like testing wise, guys who tested well and are over 230 pounds is Ulafosio from Washington, Knight out of UTEP, and that's basically it. Because Jalen Ford didn't run well. Oh yeah, Nathaniel Watson from Mississippi State. I always forget about him. Although density-wise, he's 6'2". All right, the pick's in for Seattle, so I'll turn up my volume in a second when they get on the stage.
Tyrice Knight, you want production, 140 tackles, 4.5 sacks. He's an inside linebacker. He just bounces around all over the field. He's just a really fun player to watch. You'll see.
Well, he runs to the football. Yeah. His coverage is a work in progress, which when you're turning 24 in December, your 6th year senior, maybe. Yeah. No, I know he played played Mike linebacker in their defense in 2023, I believe. Finding UTEP film is difficult, but he at the Senior Bowl. Let me just double check he was at the Senior Bowl, and I'm not getting him confused with someone. Yeah, he did play at the Senior Bowl. He really didn't. He looked so raw to me. Every single coverage thing looked so raw. Now it's the 4th round, so you're kind of betting on the fact that he's 6 foot, like and a half, basically, 233 pounds. Ran a 4.63 second 40 with a 1.59 second 10-yard split. 34.5-inch arms, 9'11" broad, 7.25 second 3-cone. Also, at his pro day, he was 238 pounds, so he's more in that kind of body density mold than some of these will options that I talked about. And Seattle, don't forget, they pick in just 2 more picks time, so there's an option there. But yeah, he runs to the ball. He had a ton of tackles in college, 140 tackles in 2023. But also smart, tough, reliable in the sense that available. Like, he played every single game that he could when he was a starter for the past 3 seasons. Went to community college in Kansas. So, yeah, really good tackler. It's just the coverage is gonna be a thing. I kind of overlooked him because of that. But they clearly value the ability just to get to the football. So Gemfi, I'm behind because it has to travel across the Atlantic. That's why. I'm really interested to see the coaching up of these linebackers. Sukman Griff will have him as the lowest rated linebacker, and we will be watching Knight a bit later when we find UTEP film. But also, as Mason McCormick goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. But also, Griff will have been waiting coverage there, and I didn't want to get too caught up in the coverage stuff because I just think they don't seem to care about that as much. And I wonder how McDonald, I think, is banking on his coaching ability, along with he's going to pick and choose spots for these guys. Ultimately, though, if your linebacker can do the you still need linebackers to cover in the NFL. Like, all of the best defenses have coverage linebackers, really good coverage linebackers. That doesn't preclude Seattle from taking a or an in-season trade for like an absolute stud. But if you look at the linebacker position across the league, okay, there might be a struggling team, but in terms of their usual approach of trying to get a guy who's in a contract year, all the guys in contract years, linebacker free agency next year, there isn't that many options. So 121, they've got their linebacker, Tyrese Knight. I cannot wait to hear from Griff of that. And don't forget, Bobby Wagner, Utah, coming out of Utah State. And I see A's saying that they have the same height. By the way, Wagner was like 240 and ran even faster. But Wagner, coming out of Utah State, hadn't really done much of the coverage stuff. He was basically just a spy who just ran to the football. So we can talk about Mike McDonald's eval of linebackers, but I think John Schneider in general, he's obviously prioritizing the first part of that, which is running, hitting, and tackling, getting to the football, diagnosing the play, finding the football, flowing to the football, making the tackles. The coverage stuff can come. Even the Jordan Brooks narrative, and you went back through his Texas Tech tape, and you saw actually more coverage stuff, but the narrative around him was that he couldn't cover and didn't know how to. And there was some rawness there to stuff which needed coaching. So maybe we need to watch, like we did with Brooks, 4 seasons worth of defensive footage. I think it might be a bit more difficult to find that for UTEP, especially this year. The amount of tape is sparse. But yeah, I I don't necessarily. That's not necessarily a surprise to me. I can, yeah. Taylor, it's not Cope. It's not Cope. Come on now. Yeah, incredible. MJ pointing out they did meet with Knight, so they liked what they learned. Yeah, they did. They did. Now, in terms of the player, he was he's worked really hard. Like he was introduced to football at 5 years old by his father, per Dane Brugler, the athletic, the beast, and yeah, he's worked his way up from JUCO to as a no-star recruit to then go and be get to UTEP and then go and be a 4th-round pick in the NFL. He was then a 3-star JUCO recruit, and he didn't even receive much recruiting attention. That's so cool. I mean, that's a cool story. Good for him. Good for him. But an old linebacker. And I do wonder, like, the other thing with Knight, which I should have mentioned, at his pro day, 33-inch long arms. At the combine, 32.5-inch. Schneider, not always, but generally, they, if you got the length to stack and shed people, they really prefer that. Now, please don't spoil the pick for me, because I've just seen the Dolphins pick. Kerry saying, I haven't seen much of him, but Tyrese Knight looks patient, like the game is slower to him. Yeah, but you'd also, that level of competition at UTEP, you better be making the game look slow. That's the other factor to this pick. They've they've taken a guy in the Conference USA, so I'm not gonna be too mean, but you need them to be dominant. And like I said, at the Senior Bowl, I guess I just kind of switched off from him because in the linebacker in indie drills, all of the coverage stuff, I was like, oof, this is just bad. So like maybe I missed some things against the run, but the yeah, everything else was yeah. So as AC points out, so the Dolphins moved up ahead of the Seahawks to make this pick. Is this Spencer Rattler then? Get the Tua succession plan in action. Jordan saying Knight sounds coachable though. I mean, that story of how he's worked his way into the league, and then yeah, I'm sure there's some character stuff they'll talk about. That's cool. They did it for a running back. Okay, cool, good for them. All right, Jalen Wright out of Tennessee. He can house them, right? He can. Yeah, they just showed a 75-yard touchdown. Also, I think it's worth saying, because of Seattle's linebacker strategy, right? There's even more focus on this on the Knight pick. It's not fair to say they could have fixed their linebacker approach with a 4th-round pick. Mike was going to be an issue. Mike is still an issue. All right, so I've just seen the Seahawks pick is in. I haven't seen the pick yet. They're showing. It's crazy how many. Oh, here we go. Oh, there. Signal Iduna Park. Look at this. Marcel Schmelzer? This is incredible.
To announce the Seahawks next pick for tours everywhere. Was the 121st pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select AJ Barner, tight end, Michigan.
Nice. There we go. That's cool. I did suggest that could happen. He's he's that classic kind of inline type. Maybe you'd like him to add a bit more weight, but he's also not a really old guy. He's only going to turn 22 in a couple of days, and yeah, I think he's the kind of inline competition for Pharaoh Brown. He can move people from in the run game. He has long arms. He tested okay. Yeah, there's some route running stuff which needs work, but in terms of moving people in like a physical run game and also 60% of his snaps coming in line, 24.8% in the slot. That's per Dane Brugler. I think that's a cool pick. That's a cool pick. They needed a third tight end. Obviously, Colby Parkinson leaving, and Will Dissly leaving. Dissly being the bigger miss, really, in terms of how do you replace that inline stuff. And yeah, that's your third tight end. And Mike McDonald spoke about becoming a more physical football team. Do these picks not also fit that stated goal, right? Knight can hit people. AJ Barner can move people somewhat in the run game. There's some, maybe he can add a bit more, but he's a really kind of, in the open field, he is a bit of a load to bring down. He doesn't go down easily. And yeah, still, blocking out in the slot, he's really good. In line, it's sometimes a bit of a lunger, but there's certainly stuff there, and there's all the want to do it, which is the main thing. So yeah, adding to Byron Murphy, Christian Haynes, they're getting physical. They're getting physical. Cool. Yeah, TC saying Pro Football Focus said he was second to Brock Bowers in creating missed tackles. Yeah. There's some like rumbling, bumbling, stumbling things. It's not exactly Bowers in the sense of running like Kenneth Walker level top speed. Yeah, that's a cool pick, and I also think it's an important part of the tight end drafting where after Barner, I am not sure like who else is there. Ledge wise, you have, because Eric all got taken as well, right? So you have Tanner McLaughlin, Dalen Holker, Brevin Spanford, Jack Wester. Yeah, you're getting into. Hey, I like Jack Westover. Fine college player, but you're getting into the it's over. So, oh yeah, Stover. Why would they take Barner over Stover? Because Stover's a year older, because Stover's lighter, because Stover has shorter arms, and it didn't. And I think and he's just been taken, by the way, by the Texans. I guess that's the other guy. And because if you look at the type of offense Stover's coming from, he wasn't very good blocking in line. I think they probably feel better about Barner as a blocker. Like you pick Stover if you don't have Noah Fant getting paid quite a lot of money. Like I don't ever know if Stover's ever going to be a good blocker. Although on the NFL highlights, obviously they're showing him being a good blocker. So I'm an idiot. Oh yeah, there's a video, as Taylor points out, there's a video of him massaging a cow. Well, that's cool. Good for that. Good for that cow. Yeah. Incredible MJ saying, "I'm watching Barner highlights and I'm sold." Yeah. His his highlight tape will do that because there'll obviously be a few good blocks. Then there'll be defenders looking stupid as he's in the open field, rumbling, bumbling, stumbling. Yeah. Hey, Brandon, the linebacker pick does make sense if you think about it, for the reasons I outlined. One of the few Mike body type densities there, you could say, can run and hit, high tackle production, worked his way up from JUCO, no star recruit to small school, dominated the competition in terms of run game, and they've got he's tested as well, pretty damn solid. He's got the length as well, and they've got a history kind of actually of taking linebackers who aren't necessarily thought of as the best cover guys, but prioritizing the ability to run, hit, diagnose plays, find the football, and stack and shed and come downhill. So, and then develop the coverage later. AB, think I've got enough time to take my doggo for a quick walk before the Hawks pick again? These rounds be schmoovin'. Probably not. They're up kind of soon, right? Gemfee pointing out that Mason McCormick went between our picks, so could have had him if we wanted him. Yep. They decided not to go there. Obviously, they'd already picked up Christian Haynes, so that has to be an influence, you'd think. Monjombo, he's 4 years older than Trayvon Wallace. That's going to sting. Yeah, the age of Tyrese Knight is, yeah, he's old. He's old. And you're talking about taking your dogs for walks. What food should I get? Suggestions, please. Yeah, AB, the 5th round pick is which I earlier called a 4th round pick. Idiot. That's the game changer here. If they get this over by 10 p.m. and I'm in bed by 10, that would be nice. That would be nice. And still, Spencer Rattler falls. Now, they do like taking wide receivers in the 4th round, but I'm honestly, like, what about Cornelius Johnson from Michigan? Yeah, Monjombo, there actually is Tim Hortons in London, but I'd never get, like... I mean, are you suggesting Tim Hortons is a savoury option? I would never get savoury things from Tim Hortons. The donuts are really good, though. For this country, where the donut quality, I have to say, generally, it's not great. But yeah, Taylor saying, what is the weather here? My food picks are highly influenced by weather. It's kind of overcast. It's England, you know. Right. So, safeties. What safeties are still available? Still Mustafa and Jaden Hicks, right? And I wouldn't be adverse to double dipping at linebacker, given how they've neglected the position. Like, go get McGee or, if you're saying Knight is your Mike type, almost 240 pounds. Mustafa got drafted? No. To the 49ers? No. That's bad. That's frustrating. They needed a safety as well. that's a cool value pick for them. He's going to thrive in how they play quarters, quarter, half stuff. He can be like the Hufanga. See, just watching the highlights, great scouting here, great analysis, but just watching the highlights, Mustafa is the player you get excited about. He's so exciting. Oh, how annoying. The 49ers defense stays doing annoying things. I know a lot of divisions at this time of year are interesting, but the NFC West, I'm fascinated, right? There's so many interesting storylines. Like, can the 49ers finally do it? And, you know, how much is their defense going to regress after, like, more kind of, you know, change ups and stuff. Obviously Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, like what happens there? Are they going to have to trade one of them? How does that look? Then you've got the Cardinals, who did a great job coaching staff-wise, even though they didn't win many games last season. Then they're adding Marvin Harrison Jr., and I feel they've really found something with their run game. Really physical, dominant run game with multiple tight ends, forcing people to make decisions. And then they've added Harrison Jr. into that, and you're going to see if Kyler Murray is the guy or not, essentially. And there's just really cool, really cool. And then the Rams, how do they do in a post Aaron Donald world without Raheem Morris? And with Stafford kind of getting up there as well. And obviously Seattle. But the Pyro Fox asking, are the Cards going to be a real team? Well, they were tough for Seattle to beat last year, weren't they? I think they are going to be a real team. But they're still the Cardinals. Yeah, and as is pointed out by AC, Christian Mahogany is still available. And AB says San Francisco picks right before Seattle's next pick too. Yeah, that's correct. The Lions are wearing Dan Campbell jerseys. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, so players who are interesting still available: Mahogany, Rattler, and then Jaden Hicks. Yeah, so AB saying I really do love what the Lions got going on. Yeah, that's cool. I'm really happy for them. However, the opening draft night, whatever that was, right? Kind of, that kind of turned me off it a bit. Yeah, like Aiden Hutchinson, Jared Goff. Lots of, no. Who are you interested in now, guys? Are there any top 100 players left? Barrett or McGee, please. Hicks, Tampa, Rattler. Oh, yeah, TJ Tampa still hasn't been taken. Yeah, so in terms of Dane Brugler's top 100 prospects, we have A few names still available, right? I honestly would be surprised if Seattle takes Jaden Hicks. I get the profile and everything, but with how he's not been drafted yet, that suggests that teams aren't, well, they obviously didn't feel that highly about him. But also, what did they say? That's why Mustafa stood out to me, actually. What did they say before the draft? Aaron Heinlein, Nolan Teasley, the rest of those position group decision makers, right? They said you have to be able to run, hit, and tackle. Hicks cannot do that. So it would be surprising. And also, what's the theme of the draft? There is a real a theme of physicality, which again, Mustafa would have fit. But yeah, I cannot wait to have Griff on. Oh, so Russell Brown, not related to me as much as we have joked about that. Let me just ping this over. Let me get rid of this. Right, here's some Tyrese Knight stuff. Are we ready for this? Now, you should be able to hear the volume. Let me know if you can hear the playback when I click play on this. Oh goodness. Can you let me do this? No. This is not going well. Why can't I access my volume? Would you know that, chat? Fine, we'll just watch this. Okay, so lined up. We're in a even front. We got the tight end to our right. We got what even is that? Like a tight end at fullback? Here we go. Number 10. That's a cool number. In terms of linebackers wearing number 10, I'm okay with it. If it was 11 or heck, even 15 looks cool. Was that who was the Alabama dude who then was an incredible college tape and then had some pretty bad stuff? Got drafted by the 49ers. Can't remember his name now. Anyway, he was an unreal player. But he wore 15, I think. Anyway, 10 looks cool. So yeah, we've got indicator here. He's quite tight to the QB. We got a little tap. Oh, we got split action, and then we got a pulling guard. So he's seen the guard pull. And then he's flown with the guard pull. Yeah, it was Reuben Foster. Thanks, Kerry. Seen the guard pull. Sticking his nose in this opening. Cloudy or clear, I think they're playing here. Good patience. Good filtering to the running back. Sees his target, hits. See, that's good. That hit power is pretty impressive because he's not... the running back's running downhill, and he isn't able to build up too much speed because he's laterally flowing, and then a good strike, good body density, good look at the explosion. You can also see here as well, good feet in terms of not crossing the feet, not clicking the heels. Oh, is that a cross? No, not quite. Not quite a click or a cross, meaning... If it was to cut back unexpectedly or you saw something else or he bounced out, you are able to redirect. There's not going to be an extra... Because in football, if you cross over or click your heels, that's not one extra step to redirect. That's 3, isn't it? Because then you've got to adjust and come back. So you want to have independent footwork as a linebacker where it's step, 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 step rather than push and gather, push and gather. Here we get... It's a fast click because he's seen the guard pull and he's seen the fullback go outside, sticking his nose in this opening, kind of seeing this guard coming around. This guy's turning back for him and then explode. That's good lowering. He's quite high hip though, isn't he? Like there's not much. That's kind of yeah, but it's a good running of the feet on the contact as well to knock the back over. I'm probably going to miss Seattle's pick if I keep doing this. Where chat? Let me know where we're at. And yeah, as pointed out, there's a running back run going on right now. Oh Christ! Why is this so? I want to access my volume. Okay, this should do it. All right, let me know if you can hear this. Can you hear this on your thing? You can't. Okay, good to know. Thank you. How are we going to do this then? How do I do this? Huh. Also share system audio. Well, that would do it, wouldn't it? You should be able to hear it now.
When you're watching film, what are some tendencies that you look for from the offensive line, from the tight ends, the running backs, and quarterbacks? What are the tendencies for you?
Really, the tendencies I try to pay attention to is the O-lineman, like who leaning heavier, who like on one hand, because they pretty much tell me how the ball and what play from the come. I also try to pay attention to the formation. They know sometimes the receiver too close to the line of scrimmage, he's not there to block. Most likely do some type of boot, he'll crossfire your back. So a lot of things I try to pay attention to, so it helps me out piecing out and make sure I react faster than the average player.
There you go. So clearly a smart guy. Obviously, as all the stuff I was talking about here, the formation recognition and what was going on there. And let's see pre-snap if we see anything here, which we can diagnose as well. Let me stop my screen share. Make sure you check out Russell, NFL Draft Analyst for Fantasy Pros and Betting Pros at Russ NFL Draft. I wanted to see on this clip, can you tell the guard's pulling? Not really, actually. He's doing the right job of not telling that with his split, isn't he? But there's obviously this, and then he sees the guard pull. And yeah, it's pretty quick in real time. Brandon, 4.6 ain't that slow. We've been spoiled in Seattle, but in the fourth round, it's not too bad. Wow, the Niners took Garendo. That's funny. That's cool kick returner for them. Oh, let me show you something. This is what I get on Twitter. This is what I get on Twitter. Look at this. So someone replied to Russell just sharing that. Does this help people? Lawrence, it's okay, man. It's all just fun. It's a bit of fun. Anyway. Right. Will, has anything come out on why TJ Tamba's fallen so far? I mean, no, I don't know if there is anything really. It's just like a zone corner, right? That in terms of his usage, then it's like a lack of ops. So, in terms of names, it's getting a bit slim. Jaden Hicks doesn't fit, but Kind of does, but doesn't. And you've still got Christian Mahogany. And Spencer Rattler. There you go. Right, I'm gonna go and do a lucky wee. It's never failed. Last time I did this, Christian Haynes lasted to 81. So don't doubt the power of the lucky wee. It's a thing. It's definitely a thing. But I'm gonna just put up on the screen a Does this work? Yeah, look at that, eh? So if I stop my camera, look at that. Right, I'll see you in a second, all right? What's up? So it's funny I said TJ Tampa is more of a zone corner, and then all of his reps were man to man. I could just be chatting absolute crap. Not the first time this happened. Yeah, AB saying they probably had Tyrese Knight as their top remaining Mike linebacker, so I don't hate it. Yeah, so regardless what you think of Knight as a player, I guess the cool thing is Seattle got their number one, day 3 Mike. That's cool. That's good. I think that's a really positive thing. So you can't knock it in that sense. And generally, as you know, I can't fixate too much on just the fact Mustafa went and he was just a fun player who could run, hit, and tackle, and now he's gone to the 49ers and is going to play in that defense and probably be really good. But like I said, I can't fixate too much on it. However, other than that, Schneider's done pretty. They're done. We said it to start off with, but their needs, like their obvious needs, were positions which weren't as valuable in the league. Like they don't get taken as high, and so what that means is by just waiting it out. And he said afterwards, and we need to talk about the post day 2 press conference. Griff and I will do that when Griff gets on. But where's I going with that? Yeah, their needs weren't highly valued positions, and in the post day 2 press conference, Schneider spoke about potentially trading up, and he then didn't get pressed on whether that was for Haynes or a different player. It could have been Coulson. I've said about how he probably would have been too expensive to get up to the 69s. Just couldn't really make that work. But, waiting it out, they've got Christian Haynes, who many people were top 50 pick at 81. Yeah, he's old, but really impressive Senior Bowl, good finisher, and all that type of stuff. And then waiting it out further, whatever you think of Tyrese Knight, they've got the number 1 Mike linebacker of day 3. So they've done okay, and then we'll have to see about how they feel about AJ Barner. He may not have been their first tight end to go. Probably not with the athletes who went before him in Tip Ryman, Jatavion Sanders, Theo Johnson. But Johnson, Sanders, and Ryman can block a bit, but I didn't feel as good about his blocking as some people. But Sanders and Johnson were kind of more move tight end types. So Barner, in terms of like getting an inline blocker who's physical as well, so matching that brief of what they seem to be doing in this draft, they kind of got the guy again. So they're drafting. They're drafting right now. Would Rattler be interesting here? Seems like a pretty incredible slip and expecting them to pass. Tom, good question. Good question. It would be interesting here. Now, in terms of teams before Seattle who could take him, there is no one, I don't think. I don't think anyone takes him. So, he's all theirs if they want him. It's funny as well, is because how many teams are in the market for a backup quarterback right now? Also, for Jaden Hicks, his just athletic profile and like highlight plays and like what you think you could do with him, for him to slide this much, I wonder if there's. I know he can't tackle very well, but I wonder if there's something more there. We'll have to see where he ends up going. But I do wonder. Yeah, that is such a Kansas City pick. Jaden Hicks to the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah, that's a very Kansas City pick. Obviously, because they lost L'Jarius Sneed, right? Traded him. They're just betting on that profile. I'm really interested to see the highlights because I watched like two games of Hicks, along with the rest of his highlights or lowlights. What? The NFL Network says he's a physical tackler as a plus. Yeah, he's a physical tackler. He's diving like head first at someone's feet. You can call that physical. Well, so the first play they show is not a tackle, really. It's a hit over the middle. Second play, he's climbing on the back of a runner going outside, which good luck with that. Third play is that slot fade pass. Oh, interception against Washington, which is super impressive. And then, yeah, ball skills. So the two plays they showed for physical tackler weren't tackles. Well, the second one was not good technique, really, but he got the job done. First one was a hit over the middle. So that's not accurate anyway. Oh, no, I don't want to take too many shots, and they have so many players to do, and they do a great job. But when Daniel Jeremiah said that Chris Braswell kind of reminded me of Darryl Taylor out of Seattle, and then the next sentence was something along the lines of physical sets of great edge. I was like, what? Brother, that's not Darryl Taylor. Darryl Taylor has a lot of good traits, but Chris Braswell to remind him of Darryl Taylor because he's physical and sets a great edge does not match up. Yeah. Lots of names, lots of players. They've got a lot of things to do, so never mind. Well, I feel they've kind of missed out on a safety option. That's the one disappointment right now. Sookman, right now, I just take Rattler. Do it. Bet on your... You know, Schneider talks about the culture, the kitchen, the equipment guys. Feeling the building. Let's get Rattler. But don't forget, if they don't take Rattler and he is sliding, and there must be a reason for that, and it doesn't take much to imagine what that reason is. But if they do take him, then... Sorry, if they don't take him, they have John Reese Plumlee, who they brought in for a visit, and I think he'd be a free agent. Oh, if they take Hampton, I might have to... Yeah, I might have to end the stream. Yeah, don't. No. Hey, on Hampton, search my Twitter for Washington #7. Just search my tweets for that. Yeah. Will Greg? Is it Will Greg or Will Grieg? Anyway, could this mean they're really confident in Jarek Reed? I think that confidence is well placed. Obviously, the ACL injury is a thing, but yeah, he looked really good in the preseason playing. It's like the deep safety, really, really impressive. And then obviously pulled out in special teams, and it was encouraging hearing Pete Carroll saying they couldn't even tell that he'd torn his ACL. So. Like he's recovered quickly, so that's good. And Will, have you heard of the soccer player Will Gregg who played for Wigan? Search Will Gregg's on fire on Twitter. Will, you'll like that if you don't know that. And there is also Sutherland from Penn State. And I've just seen Jacob Cowing go to the 49ers. Their Deebo Samuel replacement. I don't think so. But interesting. So round 5 and the first pick of round 5. There we go. We're seeing the cow massage again? No. I think one time was enough there, personally. Yeah, in terms of safety names, Bo Braid hasn't been taken yet. He's pretty smart, although the movement stuff is concerning to me. As much as I may have not enjoyed Dominic Hampton's technique at times, he tested incredible. That's about it. I'm not looking at the chat because I don't want to have it spoiled. And there's always someone on Twitter who comes in and likes doing that. So let me change my. Volume settings so you can hear the pick with me. Or is this going to be the first pick which we have where Seattle is? We don't even see it because it's a commercial break. Could be the case. I'm still watching adverts, so yeah. Yeah, and Mahogany still hasn't been drafted, has he? So you could double dip on guard. And that would feel like the end of the guards who are draftable. And also, the other thing to be aware of is this is still top 150 pick territory. I think from like 6th round onwards, and Schneider said how in the 7th they've started to go with like the lack of depth in these drafts and the COVID years and all that stuff. He said how they've started to draft more based on need rather than pure, best player available. They've skewed for need and basically treated it as the start of free agency. I'd say the 6th round is basically priority undrafted free agency. So this 5th round pick that Seattle has, they obviously got they traded their 7th for a 6th to Denver in that package that they did. This pick is basically the last of the guys, like the significant guys. Oh, so they took a corner out of Auburn. Pritchett. Okay, well, I'm not going to say that I've watched him, but at least Auburn tape is easy to get a hold of. Now, is he a nickel or is he an outside corner? That would be the discussion. No way. He's not. Oh, no. He's a 50th senior who ran a. Oh my gosh, he flew. He ran a 4.36 40, 31 and 5/8 inch long arms, so not super long. 6 foot. Wow. Okay, well, I am interested to watch him. Let me share my screen. This is Dane Brugler's draft guide. Let's put that on here now. He's light, like, he's pretty light. Interesting. Very interesting. And needs to improve his tackling is a jarring statement given what they said about run, hit, and tackling. Okay, cool. He was at the Senior Bowl. There you go. Classic. Well then, let's get his tape on. Let's get his tape on. Yeah, let me find his tape. This is yeah, interesting. Has he got any kickoff return reps? I know it looks like a kickoff return in just like the 40 time, but didn't Dane Brugler's profile didn't read like he'd been a returner. So I mean, I have to say I watched the Senior Bowl DBs and Jalen Simpson stood out to me, the Auburn teammate of Pritchett. So maybe there's a few reps where I confused Pritchett for Simpson with the Auburn helmet. So he played for the American team and he wore number 10 at the Senior Bowl. Let me change this. Right. So should we just watch one-on-ones? Oh no. Right. I've got it up now. Seattle next picks in the 6th round. So we're done for a bit. Right. It's not going to be an exact not going to be an exact cut up. We're going to have to cycle through. We need to find also when watching tape, we need to find something which identifies the prospect a bit easier. I'm going to have to remove the banner. Let's ping that in there. Get rid of that. Lovely. Oh, is this better? That is probably better, isn't it? Look at that. Okay, so he's wearing number 10. Not number 10. It's not number 10. It's not number 10. It's not number 10. It's not number 10. That could be him. Or that could be Simpson. I think that's him, isn't it? No, 31. Not him. Is this him? Okay. 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 That's not him, though. That says 4. Let me just check I'm doing this right. Oh, he's wearing number 1. Okay, that is him. Chat crap. So this is a mirror technique. So you see how he steps with his foot in the direction of the hip. And then the ability to then step. So this is pretty cool. Because he stepped like this, he's then aware that in terms of the space, I should probably get my pen out, but he's aware in the terms of the space that this foot needs to come back a bit to stay in front and square. So the right foot, he moves that back to stay in front and square, not lock his hip for the transition to the vertical. So he's right in front. You would maybe and then he's able to get two hands on. And this is a cool rep of from two hands to one hand. So it's like a windscreen wiper. You got your two hands up, right? And then as he transitions, you're going from two to one as you're turning to run. So you see how he's able to wipe on and then wipe off to the one and transition to stay on top. Really good rep so far. So this receiver started here, right? He's been given a comeback, but look at the lack of space from the receiver on the route. Like he's running very wide. And one-on-one, so great. You're running the comeback and one-on-ones. You're a big man. But he's cut off the vertical route. And the receiver slips. That's an excellent, excellent rep. That's I've seen enough. I'm convinced. That's an excellent rep. Now, who is that? Because that is but also I like how he's going up against the bigger receiver as well. That's cool. Chris saying he averaged 31.3 yards per kickoff return in 2021. So it's all starting to make sense, isn't it? There you go. Is this him again? Or is this Simpson? Right, let's find what is a... Oh, I went too far. Did I? Let's find a distinguishing feature. So we've got the nice orange jersey. There we go. We'll look for the orange jersey then. That's not him, is it? This is difficult. On a lack of sleep. That's him, isn't it? Nope. That's not him. Huh. Well, I will do a... That's his number 4. Huh. Why did Auburn have so many corners here? Good for them. I hope we didn't just watch number 4 on that previous play. It did look like 1, didn't it? I'll tell you what. You know what's going to be easier? Mano Wargs, he said in his interview just now, he said he's most comfortable outside and played a lot of press. That's good. Monjumbo, what's the bad news? Don't tell me bad news without saying anything. That's not a nice thing to read. We should be able to see here. Oh, did McGee get taken? Oh, of course McGee went to the Commanders. Guess who the Commanders linebacker coach is? Ken Norton Jr. And he knows linebackers. Damn it. That's so annoying. That is so annoying. They're not going to take Barrow, I don't think. I mean, they might, but I just don't think they agree on... Okay, so number 4 was who we saw covering that route, so I was just chatting absolute nonsense. Where is number 1 then? Pritchett, Alabama, Auburn. They had him in number 1 on the American team. Is that number one? Yes, that's not okay. Okay. Well, a good competition here against Xavier Leggett. So that looks like a foot. That looks like a foot fire. See, so here it's essentially firing off, and then because whenever you use foot fire press technique, this is what I was saying. You know how everyone was saying how Cooper DeJean had segmented hips. This is what they're talking about. When you inch off like this, you then have to physically just turn your body because you've reset the line of scrimmage. Now it's time to transition out. Like that's, yeah. I don't know about the technique in the NFL, to be honest. But you can see the speed, recovery. I mean, is that PI? Not quite. I mean, they didn't throw the flag. I think they get more aggressive as practices go on. But good recovery. Yeah, not much more to say about that rep. Let's find another one. Hopefully we get another one. I mean, I'd be concerned if you only had one rep in a one-on-one practice. Okay, here we go. Just double check that says number one. Yep, here we go. I think they've drafted him to be a returner. two reps. 2 reps. I'm done. Yeah, that's let's see how day 2 went. It was weird because the Senior Bowl, I always used to feel that they got more than 2 reps, but it seems like this year it felt like there was only like 1 or 2, maybe 3 at most one-on-one reps. Here we go. Against Leggett. You can see how he's these knees are like he's almost twitching with the knees. Like you can see his feet are, he's trying to get them active. I think that's because he's going to inch off. Let's see. No, he's just beat. Okay. Right. Well then. Let's see another rep, shall we? Well, I like what I saw from number 4. That was cool. His teammate. So he only had 1 rep there. Brilliant. And then I can't even find the one-on-ones for the day 3. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Hey, so Jalen Simpson, he's 170 pounds, but he could actually cover guys. Okay, here we go. Looks like a pass breakup. Oh, we're going to see it happen very quickly, I think. Yeah, so he's got good movement skills, hasn't he? But in terms of the technique here, he hasn't actually taken. It's like almost the wall technique off the line of scrimmage. Supposedly, he ran as fast as a 4.28. Really, well then, I think the official time that at least in the Bruegel draft guide was 4.34. Let me get a different angle of this because this is not the best angle, is it? And also the fact that it started too quick. Oh, here we go. I must have missed him. Yeah, so he's just playing the red zone situation. Well, that looked good. Horrid route, but good pitching of the tent, taking away the inside. He got the good route for his technique, but he played it well. And I like how Auburn has coached their corners well, because we saw that with his teammate. But I like, again, the hands of sticking able to stick and then switch over with the right hand sticking on while he flips around. Yeah, well, I think it's more of a returner pick. Obviously, they kind of needed some corner depth, but with how the safeties went off, Mustafa going as well, it was time to get your kind of special teamer pick. And there's a kind of a run on all these like special team returner types as well. So there you go. Looks like the technique needs some work, but it's only a couple of Senior Bowl reps, so I'll watch a bit more of him, of course. Right, how are we doing in terms of the draft progress? Any questions? Anything that you guys are wondering about? I think I need another coffee. I do. I think I could probably do with turning on my light. It's almost dark outside, and it's raining. Taylor, to your subject on the weather. Yeah, we have time. That's right. We have time. Absolutely. Yeah, Taylor, that's a good call, Curry. That is a very good call. Yeah, TJ, I did speak about Tyrice Knight. I mean, if you think about when he was taken, maybe an hour ago, maybe. Forrest, I haven't watched much of Knight in terms of his UTEP stuff because it's hard to get the tape. But like the production went up, so, and they also moved him to Mike, so he's in the middle of it. I will find UTEP tape, but the Senior Bowl is, yeah. I don't, and Jemphy saying, guess we're just nervously watching for Jalen Ford through the whole round. I don't think they're going to take Ford now. They've taken their Mike type. Thoughts on not getting Spencer Rattler? Says Luke. Did Rattler get taken? Did someone take Rattler? Because they could still get him if not. TJ saying overall day 3 impression so far. I think it fits the theme of what they've been doing. Like they've tried to get more physical. Whatever you think about Knight, he is physical and hits people. Barner is he can improve somewhat, but he's fairly physical as well, and in line. It comes from an offense where they ran the ball. I don't know about this guy, this returner being a physical guy. I don't think he is, and I think that kind of speaks to safety. Just the way that they went off the board, I think they kind of got left out a bit. The guy who I liked was Malik Mustafa as like physical run and hit guy who fits that mold. But if they'd wanted him, they could have taken him earlier, but they went for the tight end over him. So, and yeah, that's about it. So yeah, it's okay. It's an okay day 3. I need to watch more of Knight. I didn't like what I saw at the Senior Bowl, but maybe I probably got caught up in a bit of excuse me. I probably got caught up in a bit of the coverage stuff, and when I see that he can't do the coverage, and in the linebacker individual drills when they're doing the footwork stuff, he's looking really behind and just not good. Then I probably kind of overlook the other things and stop watching him as much. So, do you want to watch some Tyrice Knight at the Senior Bowl? We can do that. We can definitely do that. He was number 40 of the American team. So, if I just do this, we've got a while for Seattle's next pick, haven't we? So that's good. And we do this. And then we do this. We just need to see what his what helmet he is wearing. I imagine it will be in have some orange and blue on it. Or do UTEP have shiny helmets? They might do, mightn't they? Could be white. Yeah, so number 40. Gemfi asking, are there positions that the Senior Bowl struggles to show off? Playbooks are very limited, right? Excuse me. Yeah, of course, the Senior Bowl's an odd environment. But in terms of linebacker, I'd say that's your you should be taking your chances, because the run fits are a bit weird, but you should be able to run to the ball, and then you only get in certain amounts of route combos, and you should be able to get very much in tune to that if you're a good coverage player. Like Dayon Henley, who hasn't done much in the league, but he was shining in coverage because you could cheat stuff, and he was just unreal. Turn into run and roboting, and then his speed stood out. Like his weakness as a prospect would have been, size, play strength, but because there's only a certain amount of plays, and he's able to diagnose and run to the ball, it didn't matter. So yeah, he had a really good Senior Bowl. Is this UTEP? Yellow, kind of a yellowy. You know what? I'm gonna have to go to the end zone. I apologize. We need to get his number, don't we? Yeah, it is UTEP. So yellow helmet's UTEP. So I don't know what he saw here to come up like this. Is it the back? Yeah, so it's just the coverage stuff needs work. So here, look, we have a very much hi-hat. Look at how the guard is scanning out. The guard scanning out like this would only happen on a draw play or just a pass, right? Like if it's a run, then we're getting a clear double team lower hat on this nose, and we're pounding it here. but also just split wise. Look at this tight end. Do you think that's a pass set? Yes. Look how high he is. He's not run blocking. So look where the back is for it to be a run play. He's gonna, yeah. So he sees the wrong. He sees, I don't know what he sees, because it's not man coverage. I don't think. Yeah, he's a hook dropper here, but he plays the back like his man, which again, his scheme in college might have done that, but in terms of the NFL, yeah, there's 3 match schemes where the back towards the guy is the linebackers, but this isn't that. It needs work. So shuffling back. Would like him to run to the football with a bit more urgency here, given it's the Senior Bowl and he could make the play and show off his speed. Good awareness here. QB looking at him, setting up when the quarterback's back foot hits, not taking the cheese immediately, but holding off the tight end on the vert, and then here's the crosser coming from the across the formation. He's already located that, so back went away. So here's the weak hook because it's 2x2 right now. So this is a kind of a beater for the coverage. Or it's going to be open, but he also knows with the flow away. This is his pickup after he's held off this route. He can drive down on it. Now, in terms of the angle he takes to drive down on it, that's that's a bit concerning. Like he was fine just setting up here. Like the QB starts looking away. There's no need to run at this angle. I don't understand what that is. I don't really know what he saw to do this actually. I guess his eyes went to the wrong spot. Huh. Okay. Well, yeah, so in coverage is just going to be a project. Let's look at the run defense though, because that's what we were saying is his calling card, his strength, and how they like to maybe figure some coverage stuff out a bit later on. Here we go. Good falling back over the top of is that Fisk? Good redirection as well. Like this is 101 linebacker play. This type of redirect. Hotting his, you would like him to hot his feet and not just be static in his stance. He's got quite a wide stance, doesn't he? And quite high. Like he doesn't sink he's not, for a 6-foot player, that butt is not sunk down, is it? Like compared to Trayvon Wallace, similar height. Look at his butt level compared to Knight's. Okay. You would again, this is a kind of an example of the rawness. So he's seen this route go inside. Just that decision to look over this shoulder rather than look over his left shoulder and flip to then get in the hip pocket. If he's facing the other way, then he can see this route. He can still see the quarterback, and then he can run opposite hash into the low hip pocket of the receiver and robot the route. So this is yeah, this is quite raw. Okay, here we go again, number 40. Bites on it's an RPO, so is it? No, it's a quick play action, kind of bites on that, but you kind of have to with the guard pull. It's not really his route. Okay. Let's get up day 2. Let's see how he did in day 2, shall we? Now we know what his color helmet is. We can go to the wide copy. Okay, so this is first down defense. So first down, neutral down. They could run the ball, they could pass the ball, right? So here we go, number 40. Fine, he got in his gap. Kind of overrunning the gap almost. Like, he gets quite wide into it, and then the way he sticks the brakes on, you see he slides. That's he's coming in very hot. There's a lack of control there for me. Like, if that guard's able to pad back into him, he's knocking him on his ass. He gets the guard gets like a late push, I think, from Fisk in the he's almost tackling the guy. But yeah, here, if the guard's padding back, he's going to get knocked on his ass because of how over his skates he is. Okay. This is man coverage, so they're just reading the back. Oh, no, it's not man coverage, it's zone. So here he's kind of lost again with the guard pulling away, that type of play action. Don't know how much he'd have seen this type of gun play action in the NFL, in college, but yeah, he's kind of lost. And then just the efficiency of the movement here. So you see how he starts to turn looking at the QB, and then his head then flips around. The best linebackers will immediately know, I'm really late here. I'm just going to have to panic drop and just fully turn around immediately into this slant window. There's no point looking at the QB here. Think about how quickly this ball's coming out. Where's the ball coming out to? Bang. The only way that the ball can get to this spot is if it's thrown to the outside slant. Think timing-wise. What is realistic? So it has to be the outside slant. So the best linebackers would immediately know that, and they would have their head around, and they'd be like, I'm late slightly. I'm going to fully turn my body and just run into this window. I'm not going to have this gradual look back, and then my head turns, which head turn now, see? So again, just understanding and time and yeah, needs some coverage work. Okay, that's cool. So obviously heavy run fake, max pro almost. But understanding that there's something up here with how the line's releasing. Maybe. So I don't know. And then interesting short area quicks here, the burst. Don't know why that happened. Just looking at how he moves as well, he looks kind of not tight, but more linear. Again, you kind of want him in the middle more, like as a Mike, I'd say, just the body movement than a Will. Did Vegas take Rattler? That would be interesting if they did. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, this isn't great. Like, again, this is this raw where generally ball in the middle, your landmark as a hook defender, ball in the middle is 1 yard outside the NFL hash, right? So, oh no, the ball's not in the middle. My apologies. The ball is on the left hash of the NFL defense. Okay, so I'm into the short side of the field. Is the NFL hash marks. So generally, my landmark would be right on this hash, I guess. But he almost ends up a yard inside the hash and also back out. Just the coverage movements just looks a bit, it's just a bit clunky. So like leverage wise, you should not be your say your landmark's on this hash, right? So you're already quite wide. And you're looking at the QB looking here, I guess. But as soon as this route comes out, there should be a step to maintain some leverage on the check down. Now, there's no point melting all the way out here. You shouldn't really be melting past your check down because you have to have leverage on that. So I would suggest he should be here, which it might seem like nothing. But what that means is by the time you're breaking, your right foot's still outside the hash. Remember the hash with the landmark. Yeah, your help's out here. You've got your curl flat out here, or your curl sail. But you just, and then this angle is not understanding. Look, my help is here. He's driving through the outside hip. So why am I taking an angle like this? That's over pursuit right here. His pursuit angle should be the back hip. So yeah, he's over pursued. Look how he ends up with a right shoulder hit on the runner. He should be left shoulder, left shoulder, left shoulder. I'm running left. I'm tackling with my left shoulder on the near hip. So it's over pursuit. And also, look whose pursuit angle that actually is. He pursues at the angle that the free safety does. See the free safety here? He's in the post. He's coming down. Free safety's there. He should be here at the A of Abraham, basically. The last A. So, yeah. He ends up at the free safety's pursuit angle, basically. Okay. Run play. Dip him through the A. Some hand usage and working of a flipper. Fine. Right, let's see third down. Third down. So again, this is now thinking more pass. That was more of a run situation. Now we're thinking more pass. Better job. So weak hook. Three eligible receivers to the boundary side. So bunched, alert. I'm away from where the most receiving threats are, so I'm already aware that I'm probably the weak hook. Back flows away. I know I'm the weak hook. So I'm the weak hook. Who's coming from the bunch side? I want to play more kind of middle hook area. I'm somewhat taking away this slant. Oh, it's actually cover one. So anyway, but it's a similar rep. Cover one wise, he should get a big in call from his nickel. He has a nice scan to take that away. That's an okay rep. Now, he's over pursuing again. There's a terrible pursuit angle. He's missed the tackle. I don't care what you say about the QB being red-shirted. That's over pursuit again. So... This is interesting. So he's playing as the strong hook here, but he's sensing that it's a boot, so he's trying to roll over a bit. That's cool. The way he can snap off and get back into movement-wise, the way he can snap off and get back into being square again is cool. It's interesting movement skills. Okay, so this is a weak hook rep, I think. Yeah, but they're showing 2 high and playing 3 sky. So again, bunch alert to the is it to the boundary? Yeah, to the boundary. So weak hook, backs out flat. So I am the weak hook. So where's the threat here? This guy. I'm playing kind of middle hook. QB's looking hard away as well. I mean, it's good to see him scan like that. Nice plant and drive. Although actually that's quite a round cut. What? Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Let's find an end zone angle. Oh, don't want you to see that, sorry. What? I just skipped through all that. Now chat, he is a 4th round pick. They might have liked the character. This is the Senior Bowl where you're out of your natural environment. Maybe he just needed to adapt a bit. There's the benefit of the doubt stuff, which has to happen here as well. Oh God. Well, he basically is he's trying to club, right, with the left arm and then rip through to win outside on this block. Okay. And in terms of the actual defense, they have they're running trap and they have the tackle in the hole with Trayvon Wallace. So he just misses with his club and his rip. Okay. So there you go. Anyway, not the most exciting pick, I'd say. But that's what you get in the 4th round. That's the Mike linebacker they chose. They had a hole at Mike. That's what happens when Jordan Brooks doesn't get paid because he could play Mike. He has the density. The green dot stuff's overplayed. McDonald might even not have a linebacker do it. So yeah, but yeah, that was a bit rough. Right, I'm gonna go and get a coffee because it's 7:40 p.m. here and I need a coffee. So. I'm also going to order food. I'll be back in let's call it 5 minutes. Okay, so back in 5 minutes. Okay, I'll see you guys in a sec. I could have a draft tracker open, but yeah, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Go and get something, whatever. Apologies. A bit longer than 5 minutes. I had to eat something. And now my light can't focus. Hold on, let me fix this. Okay. How do we get rid of this? I did make an espresso though, much needed, by the way. Where are we at the picks as well? How are we doing with that? The Eagles traded up for Trotter. Okay. Wow, the Saints took Rattler. Interesting. Well, just like with other quarterbacks who've gone day 3, if Seattle would like Rattler, they had plenty of opportunities to take him. So they haven't missed out on him in that sense. 20-ish picks to go. Oh, that's going to fly. That's going to fly. And Seattle doesn't have a 7th rounder, so that'll be that. And then hopefully we'll get Griffin. At C Mike spin move. Do a bit of soft harassment. You know, a bit of accountability. That'll be good. The last few picks have been slow. Oh, well, that's not good, Gemfy. Is that because they have to bring out all sorts of people, like a zoo animal, to announce the pick and all that fun stuff? I wonder if we'll get another commercial break for Seattle's next pick. No, Monjombo. That's exactly why people should go at Griff. What did I get for food? Oh, I just made myself a sandwich. Like it wasn't great. It filled a hole. I need to order food. I do need to order food. But it's so expensive ordering food in. It's like, but with streaming, I can't go somewhere and buy something. So, but yeah, I need to find like a discount code for one of the food delivery people. Saban's Creations. What kind of espresso machine do I have? It's not a fancy one. It's actually it was a very kind gift from someone, but it's not like an F off one. I don't think it's like it's a DeLonghi 260. I think it's called EC 260. It's okay. It's pretty good. I might you can modify the whatever you call the thing you stick in it. But yeah, no, it's pretty nice, to be fair. It's just getting the timings right, and then tamper and all that fancy coffee crap. Yeah. Yeah, incredible MJ. This is the dilemma with food. You have to have a promotion, like, otherwise you're spending like a fortune, and then it's never going to be as good as you think. And I like cooking usually, but you guys are coming first. Nice, Saban's Creations. That's cool. You got a new name on here? Is that your channel? Check out Saban's Creations if that is your channel. Perfume and food. That is a cool combo. Oh, David Tepper's on the phone. Uh-oh. Yeah, you should never in the draft purely for needs, right? But they have Pharaoh Brown on the roster, As much as I was intrigued by the Barner pick, I really feel if they'd flipped the order. Yeah. And I'm not a fan of Tyrese Knight from what I've seen, and I'm very interested to hear what they say about that. I've explained what their thinking will be and their vision, but I just don't like the tape. So. Oh my gosh. So, Bayer Leverkusen, this is a German, and it seems to be in theme given I've just seen the Panthers are in Germany, like the Seahawks pick was in Germany. Bayer Leverkusen have not been defeated this season. And last week, or maybe the week before, they had like a 97th minute equalizer to tie the game. And this week, they were 2-1 down, and they were 2-0 down. They scored in the 61st minute, and then they scored a 96th minute equalizer, so they're still undefeated. That's insane. Written in the stars. Becky saying, I'm hoping our first 2 picks will be so good that the rest won't matter. Yeah, maybe Becky. They've just got, the picks they've made today, they are guys who, if they don't make the roster, I wouldn't be overly surprised. They're guys who are going to come in and compete, but yeah, nothing as exciting as I thought it could be, just personally. But yeah, we'll have to see how it plays out. People would have said very similar things about the 2012 draft. Yeah, Becky, I get very strong special teams vibes from the Pritchett, the corner. Because we watched a bit of his Senior Bowl stuff, and he's a work in progress. Oh, chat, guess who is here? It looks like live from Costco. Griffin Sturgeon. See Mike spin move. What's up, man? They got a linebacker.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can barely hear you for some reason. I can't believe they took Knight in the 4th. That's rough, especially with the other names that were there. I can't believe it. Barner's fine. What do you think of the corner though?
Oh, we watched some of his Senior Bowl stuff. I was just talking to the chat about it. His technique's not. Yeah. So he's a special teamer basically. / a guy who can run fast, has recovery ability. So in terms of that type of stuff, he might be able to learn some things. Maybe he's got good character and all that stuff, but he's he's not going to be playing year 1 at corner.
Okay. What did you think? What was your initial response when you saw that it was Knight?
Oh, is it Fanon? She tweeted out a live reaction video of me. I got clipped.
Right.
Yeah.
I did retweet it, but yeah, I can't cope myself out of this one.
Well,
I can't talk myself into it. I think it's just a bad pick.
Well, the cope is they actually haven't ever really prioritized coverage when it comes to drafting linebackers. That's been like an added bonus. Oh, Griff's disconnected. You need to connect their mic cam before you can add them to the stream. Maybe Griff got a phone call. Anyway, maybe we'll be able to cope with Griff. Maybe not. Griff, you're on the stream with audio only.
Okay, yeah, I had to turn the camera off because I had to put my phone down because I'm
Okay.
running errands. I won't be able to be on for too much longer, but
No, it's great to have you. Yeah, so the cope is the lack of coverage. Like Bobby Wagner coming out of Utah State wasn't known as a cover guy. He was just a spy who ran to the football, and it wasn't necessarily an NFL scheme. Knight has high production. He played Mike last year at UTEP. He has a lot of tackles. When he gets tackles, it's because he's found the ball in the box. He has density. He's more of a Mike type, and Knight was clearly their best Mike remaining, not Jalen Ford, who still hasn't been picked. And he has some burst in very short areas, and he's not afraid to hit. But in terms of the rest of it, like he plays very high. We're watching the Senior Bowl stuff, Griff.
yeah,
He's really high. He can't sink his butt down. His stance is unusual.
he can't, and he's bad against contact, and he's a step late all the time.
At the Senior Bowl, he got contact. He tried like a club rip through on a free releasing guard up to him on trap. Awful. Awful.
He legitimately can't key against play action. He's lost every time.
Yeah, as a Senior Bowl, he got absolutely destroyed. So
and then against pullers, I mean, he can't track pullers either. He looks okay when he's completely clean. He's just coming forward downhill.
Yeah.
And then like in coverage, they're not asking him to do anything, so it's a little
he hasn't
unfair.
learned any of it.
But the one area where you can't really hide a linebacker is against coverage play action, because you still can see what they're keying, and how they respond to the backfield action, and it's like a randomizer every time it's play action. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into.
Yeah.
So I mean, if they took him in like the 6th or 7th round and it's just a special teamer, but fine. But there are still real linebackers left, even if they have flaws. I don't get this at all.
Yeah, I doubt their linebacker evaluation, and just so ironic that Jordan McGee goes to Ken Norton Jr.'s linebacker group in Washington.
Yeah, and maybe that's why we liked him so much, because we're still thinking how that group thinks about linebackers.
Right, but I don't know, man. He's just not a good player. So
yeah.
And honestly, with the way that this day's gone, the Denver move was cool, and I felt at the time it was the right thing to do, because in theory there was Hicks and Malik Mustafa still available. There was they got their choice of the tight ends, right?
Yeah.
And then they got this I feel like the corner pick, Pritchett.
I think Pritchard.
Yeah, I feel like he was, we missed out on Mustafa, so we'll take him.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
But,
not getting a safety hurts.
It really does. It really does. And Knight just feels very high. And he was bad at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was bad.
All right, I gotta go.
All right, see you,
Catch
man.
you later.
Take care. Bye. Good to have you on. So, not surprising to hear Griff's take on that, but nevertheless, is what it is. I mean, he finds the football has high tackle production. That's what I'd say about Knight, along with the testing being okay for this area. That's what the that's what the scouts will like about him. Do you see him as having any athletic upside compared to other available players, says Arthur? Arthur, it's just the fact he's over he's almost 240 pounds at his pro day. And he's 6 foot. That's a density that the other guys tend to lack. And then he ran in the 4.6s, so it's not awfully slow. Whereas Jalen Ford's 40 time was very slow. I say very slow. It's probably like 0.8 of a second slower, but it all matters at this point. On the draft call video, Mike McDonald says, "We've got a great vision for you to Tyrese Knight. What would you guess that looks like?" I think that looks like teaching him NFL keys and NFL coverage. And maybe getting him involved on special teams year one as a guy who can run and hit and go downhill. So. Yeah. Nearly at the last pick of the draft for Seattle. So how are you grading this Seahawks draft so far, guys? Day 1, day 2, day 3. Give it a score out of 10. I'd give day 1 a 7. I'd give day 2 a 7. And I'd give day 3 a 3. So that, for me, averages out to a 6. Don't ask me how. Incredible MJ. Knight could be interesting as a creeper, but that's like it. Yeah, it could be they're planning to blitz him to get into good positions, but taking on contact as a blitzer, I'm not so sure about. I need to watch him as a blitzer a bit more. Monjombo, Seahawks still have 3 picks, by the way. Ah, right. A true scientist never reveals the method they use to calculate their weighted averages. That's right. My bad. Nice picture. What Porsche is that? Nice. It's going so slow. What yeah, I don't know. It's disappointing, this pick. That's Arthur, that's a funny story. At least you got it though. That's a cool car. How many picks did the Cardinals have? Yeah, it seems like loads, Fats. It's the way they operate, isn't it? Monty. $11 picks. Wow. All right, so chat. A lot of your grades, they all seem to be in around that 6 area overall, I'd say. But day 3, we're getting 2s, 3s out of 10. Yeah. 4. People not feeling too good about it. Henry, you want them to draft Westover, 2 tight ends. But I guess he's like a fullback type, right? Yeah, I mean, some people really do like Knight, so I would like to, pick their brain and see what they hear what they were saying, That's interesting that Pritchett at Auburn, PFF Seahawks, tweeting out he had 12 catches allowed in 2023, which was the fewest among SEC corners. He used to be a wide receiver as well, so got some route anticipation. We kind of saw that in the Senior Bowl tape, didn't we? Dan Chu saying Day 3's full of projects. If they end up making the team at special teams or better, those are pluses. These guys end up being gambles for every team, though. I'm not overly concerned. Yeah, you're right, Dan. I guess I'd have liked it if Day 3 had been. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. You're right. Just someone who really pops on tape would have been cool. None of these guys pop to me. But I need to watch more of them, to be fair. So there's no like flashy highlight. Yeah, and they've definitely done their own thing in round 4, so that's cool. And also, it's I just saw someone saying about how nice nice picture, nice YouTube picture there. Didn't they have a visit from Sanders, Jatavion Sanders, the tight end out of Texas? He got picked 1 pick ahead of us. Odd they let that happen. They did have Sanders in the building, and you don't know whether that's also to get intelligence, like they had Sweat in the building to get intelligence or more intelligence on Byron Murphy Jr. Possible they had interest in Sanders, though. Obviously, they ended up with AJ Barner. Yeah, you just don't know. They could have been sniped. But when it's 1 pick before, and you've already and they did trade down after that, didn't they? So maybe Sanders was their guy. We'll have to find out from if Schneider reveals anything, gives any clues. Well, I mean, Jeremiah Trotter's I did not like his tape at all in terms of other like linebacker options. So. Monjombo, I don't think that's the sole reason they bring a player in, but they can gather some intelligence. Dan Chu saying, my feeling is they got to talk tonight in person, and Mike McDonald was confident enough to be able to coach him up. Maybe he sees he's got the comprehension to absorb NFL techniques that he wasn't being taught at a small school. Yeah, I mean, that's got to be part of it, hasn't it? Got to be part of it. I mean, all respect to UTEP, but he'd already worked his way from junior college, having no stars as a recruit coming out of high school to UTEP. But in terms of development, there's only so much they're going to get done at UTEP. And Superman pointing out that Michael Barrett, the Michigan weak side backer, and Jalen Ford, the Texas middle linebacker, are still available. Yep. Yep, they are. And I think this is the kind of region, like 6th, 5th round, that I'd have taken those guys. Don't think they're anything more than that. But, I didn't think Tyrese Knight was a 4th round pick either, so. How long have we got to wait here? We've got quite a while, haven't we? Thanks, Taylor. Enjoy your bookshop. I think that is what happened. I think Schneider at 102, maybe Sanders was their guy, Jatavion Sanders, but also at 102, even if Sanders was their guy, they clearly didn't have anyone they wanted that much that they didn't think was going to be available later. I mean, I actually think Schneider judged the actual trade down aspect of it well. I was somewhat surprised the order that they decided on the picks, and then missing out on the safety type player. That seems like a bit of a bummer. Yeah, let me see if I've got I might be able to get some UTEP tape on. I don't know if I can handle that though. Might be a bit too much. But let's where are we? Because we watched most of the Senior Bowl, right, and that didn't look great. So I'm sure there's something that we're missing. Let me try and find. So in terms of the schedule as well of UTEP, did they play any quality opponents? That would be the other thing to look for, wouldn't it? Okay, that's basketball, so that's not very useful. You always know it's a smaller school when the basketball comes up first. Okay, so they played Louisiana Tech, not the worst team. They played Northwestern. And they played Western Kentucky and Liberty, who were ranked. Let's try. It would be great. It would be absolutely fantastic if I had that Northwestern game. Oh, baby. Yes. Turns out, guys, there is multiple El Paso games here. I've got the massive Las Vegas, and I've got Vanderbilt. No. Virginia LB. Liberty. I've got the Liberty game. Great. And then, Northwestern would be good, wouldn't it? So, that might be more of a challenge. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to find that. Oh dear. Well, let me download this Liberty game because they were 25th ranked and they beat them. Liberty beat UTEP 42-28 in week 13. So that's something to watch. So is there anyone left on the board, guys, that you're interested in? I'm honestly right now, the remaining names, I'm trying to find someone. Other than the weak side backer guys, Guy in Pritchett, Nathaniel Watson, Christian Mahogany, Monjombo. It's interesting how well he tested and yet how low he's still going to go. I think it just speaks to how his tape was full of some like lunging whiffs and just misses. He is also old. And you don't know what injury stuff is there. There could be something like that. Yeah, a wide receiver. Yeah, has Cornelius Johnson been taken yet? I know he's 6'3", so in terms of actually finding a fit for him is with DK Metcalf on the roster is maybe difficult, but he can block and he can run. So, and he'd probably be a higher draft pick if they threw the football more. Dan Chu asking, is it becoming a red flag that Barrett is getting passed by teams who've coached him? I don't think so, Dan. He's just undersized, overshadowed, played in a good defense. So, like, he should look good, you know, in terms of everything's there in front of him. And he didn't test great, so... Wait, Mackay Wingo's still not been picked? Interesting. That is interesting. Well, that's another name. I know Griff liked some of what he saw from him. Obviously, Seattle's completely stacked on the interior of their D-line now, so... I'm trying to rack my brains as to who stood out to me as well. I could do with like a list of names. Got 9 seconds left of the Liberty game, and then we'll stick that on. We're almost at Seattle's pick again. Fantastic. I mean, the 6th round could just be priority free agency now. Here we go, chat. So he's number 10, okay? Oh, let me hey, please let me know when Let me know when Seattle's close again. So, you got immediate threats of the split of this guy. He's a threat to come back along the formation. So we need to cross key him with our eyes. So you can see how he's waiting and he sees him coming across. I really don't like how he doesn't hot his feet. He just waits. Does he get pancaked here? No. Yeah, taking on contact of guards is always a bit... It doesn't look great. Okay, peeling with a running back. Or a tight end at the backfield. That's a cool way of stopping RPO from UTEP's defense. Kenny asking who was the Raider pickup that Seattle got, the cut guy. That's Drake Thomas, Kenny. I think I don't think he's much. He's like a special teamer. Michael asking, what do you think of Joshua Onu Giogu? Butchering his name, sorry, Josh. He had some juice, but I don't think he's a linebacker. I think he's more of an edge. I think he's like an outside backer. So I don't think he's off ball. Sorry. He can't. This movement is he can't really run. I'm very interested to hear what they say. Now, don't get me wrong. A lot of the linebackers couldn't. Thank you, Becky. A lot of the linebackers weren't the best movers, but he's so high. He's so upright. Look at this stance. Look how high that butt is compared to his teammate here. He's just standing up. One thing he is good at, though, is when it comes to hitting, there is a physical force that he brings. Okay, honoring the gap responsibility. He's very much a try and avoid blocks. Doesn't play long. He's kind of a dip and avoid. See, that's a good rep here, coming downhill. He likes the club rip. You see, so we saw it in the Senior Bowl where he missed with it. This is the club and then the rip through to avoid contact. That's a good rep here. But because he's so high, look how high that tackle. He makes the tackle around the running back's head. I know. Like, look how high that is. And then like a twist. I don't know how sustainable that is. This very much feels like a pick which is betting on a fair bit of coaching. Wow, that's a nice scheme from UTEP here. Little tackle end game into the zone running back path, and you're bringing pressure off the edge as well. 2-3 hitters. Okay, coverage rep maybe. Oh. What in the NCAA 14 is this? What? Yeah, he's not very confident taking contact from a lineman if he can't get his club rip. Oh, even here from this receiver, because he's so high as well. Over pursuit. Really high hit. Look how high this hit is. What the hell? I'm sorry, but it's not inspiring me. But at least he hits. There's a willingness. I wonder how many times he was flagged for targeting. I guess because it's the arm and not the helmet or the shoulder. Maybe not, but look again. Or face mask. Look how high the arm is and look how high the... Like, he's often needing a teammate to help on these tackles. If Patrick O'Connell doesn't beat him out year one, then I'd be very, very disappointed. Come on, this is the goal line and you're getting kicked out like this by... What even is that? Not even a proper tight end. Look at the aesthetic though. Look at this. Look at the whole arm, elbow pad and everything on the right hand. What is this? As a linebacker. Okay, I need to relax. But he's got 33-inch long arms at his pro day. He's not using them. Oh, very... Hey, I like this UTEP scheme. Little heavy 3, heavy end to spill this play out. This is way too wide playing off this spill though. Way too wide. Look again. Your help. Let's go wide. So idea of this is we're middle field open. We're a gap light in the box. So what we're going to do is heavy these guys up and spill the football outside. This guy's man here. Safety supports outside, but he really overruns. Here, he's in a great position. Oh, it's a different play. Where did it go? Did I lose it? Oh no, I didn't lose it. He just... I guess showing up outside like that meant that 23 made a good play. Yeah, just in the fourth round, this is kind of crazy to me, but you can't tackle like this. What on earth? It's dangerous. Look how high he is to change direction when you're stood up like this. Look at that. It's like a bloody stick. Uh-oh. Okay, so good play design here. Trap run. So they're influencing the three with the guard. Then the guard's climbing up to our guy. They're pulling this guy to trap the three. This is window dressing, and then handing it off up here. Cool run design. He sees guard pull, so he's like, I need to get outside. And then he gets he kind of gets out the play. Really, 5 is the guy who probably should be making this, but he's seeing this flow and playing the option, but he never saw the guard pull. So this isn't on Knight, but in terms of how wide he takes this on, that's a bit poor. Like, why is he trying to like stab him down the chest with your long arm? Okay, Jets took quarterback. Interesting. How many picks are we as Seattle away from it all? He's also, context, right? He's also playing about 2-3 yards from the line of scrimmage. In the NFL, that's going to be here or even here. So in terms of how these reps translate with getting to the football, that is a question mark for me. Um, Okay, so that's a bit of an example of what he can do when sent at a quarterback or going on a trigger. Was that a flash of lightning? Wow. Does it look like it's lightning? It must be. Wow. That's interesting. They all fall back. Right, see, this is a weird run fit. They all fall back, so they're trying to play this option. That's a weird fit. I think 11's meant to fall back as well, but he got caught with the coverage. That's a difficult assignment. Yeah, Jordan is pretty much what Griff was saying. Of he looks okay when cleaning the box, but he's really high. But when he's not clean, it's really awkward. And he's cleaning the box, playing at like 2 yards. So yeah, they really are betting on their coaching, and I guess the character they must like. But I just don't. Yeah. Anyway. I mean, we can talk about physical traits, but oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Here he is as an edge. Little dip on the tackle. Jab and dip. Like a ghost move, isn't it? Okay. We can do something with that maybe. Now, McDonald will put these guys on the edge sometimes. So maybe this is his... Oh. Maybe it's... So the Ravens had Malik Harrison, and as pointed out, he played 21 and 22 as an edge. Now Malik Harrison, as a Sam type player coming out of Ohio State, that the Ravens kind of put him in on their base defense when they needed a coverage guy. Then they obviously got Kyle Van Noy, but when they needed like a coverage edge in like the 3-4 base stuff, they played Malik Harrison, because Van Noy is more of a rusher as well, but also Van Noy took that roll up as well. So maybe he's actually not a Mike. Maybe they're thinking he does this and they teach him how to set the edge. And then they teach him how to drop to a curl flat. So it could be that we need some 2022 footage to better assess his game. Right, let's get rid of this. Let's go to... Oh, I thought I had... Oh, I do. I have El Paso defense in 2022 versus the University of Texas, San Antonio. He is that's the thing, Incredible MJ. He is very iffy with contact. Like, doesn't seem to like it in terms of when it's at the line, like taking on a block. Maybe that's just a lack of technique confidence. Come on. Right. I'll download this tape. What pick are we on, guys? But again, if that was your plan, it just seems like you could take a guy more contact confident, right? Now, the other thing with Malik Harrison is the difference between him and Van Noy was Harrison, they actually moved off the ball. So sometimes in their fronts, they technically play like, it looks like an under, but if they get a certain formation, it looks more like a 4-3 over. And the edge would move off the ball and play over the tackle, like what Harrison did. So maybe they're envisioning that type of role for this guy, for Tyrice Knight. Okay, chat. When it gets to 3, we'll stop watching. I'm just bringing up this tape of Knight versus San Antonio. Just bang that open. Right, here we go. So we're expecting him to be more on the edge. When people say outside backer, though, I don't know if that ever means edge or if it just means like not in the middle of the defense in like a forefront. What number is he? Is he still number 10? Was he always number 10? Let's find that out, shall we? He was always number 10. Okay, so he's just not on the field right now. Oh, no, he is. Ah, so here. Playing a weak apex role. So this is more like a Will in Seattle, okay? He's still very upright. Now he's been moved into the box. Now he's down. Heel clicking. Well, this seems more confident. Yeah, so my grade for the first 2 days was 7 out of 10. I felt they did about as well as they could have done with the limited resources. And while sticking at 16 is painful in some respects, it's also, I think, should be commended because they didn't try and force the issue or make a bigger mistake. They just took a good player. Similar thing with how trading up for like a Coulson would have been cool, but then you wouldn't have got these players, which actually now I'm wondering, but you wouldn't have got Christian Haynes. So, and they clearly didn't like Mahogany that much because he still hasn't been drafted. So, all right, we'll get back to the Seahawks in a second. I'm just trying to find some more. Like an edge setting rep would be cool, wouldn't it? So this is a much more like varied assignments for him, where he's like playing as a weak apex player and then also playing down. All of this stuff, like playing down, playing on the edge, that's what McDonald's going to do with his linebackers. They're going to move around a bit. Oh my gosh, though. He's so upright. Look, it doesn't even move. Is that that's the quarterback as well? You could put an absolute lick on him. It's just like, eh. Okay, so weak apex. Poor pursuit angle. This is the type of play that in the NFL hits even quicker, and this is a struggle. And he's totally clean. Taking the back out. The Saints took Jalen Ford. There you go. 5th round pick. Or is that 6th? It's 6th round now, right? Jordan, he never looks like he's going full speed, and I think that's because he runs so upright. Partly. Also, he's just not that fast, but... Okay, nice play diagnosis here. But then, because he's so upright, breaking down into the space is difficult. That's just making a play, though. Anyway. Yeah. That's, That's a lot. Um,
I prefer really not to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble. In big trouble. And I don't want to be in big trouble.
okay. Let's get back to the draft. Yeah, so having watched that very brief stuff as well, the on-ball thing doesn't really track, but maybe they think they can coach him to do it. Like, you have to still have good pad level if you're going to set a good edge, right? The force comes from the ground. So, Sukman saying, don't worry, Matty, we're picking a Hall of Famer next. Oh, word? Cool. That's good to know. Love that. Well then, James Williams. Yeah, I haven't, like I said, I haven't seen that much of him. I didn't, he didn't flash to me at the Senior Bowl, and the Miami tape or lack thereof was a challenge which I didn't really overcome. So there you go. It's amazing. We have 1,864 people in here. Thank you. I mean, that is cool. That is so cool. Though I am kind of skeptical, like, so this is what StreamYard tells me. I'm somewhat skeptical that the Twitter things is concurrent. It might just be like total views on Twitter. We've got 75 YouTube. That's cool. Thank you. Please do like the video, retweet it, share it. Obviously, Seattle's about to make another pick, so get some people in here. And yeah, thank you, chat, for engaging so much. It's dope. And yeah, you can find when the pod's live at Seattle Overload. Also, it really helps the podcast out if you search it on the podcast app. Just search Seattle Overload, give it a 5-star review. It helps us grow because we want to keep growing. And yeah, that would be good. So I've just seen, what's your favorite breakfast cereal? As we're in commercial. Right now we've got an advert for Weetabix. Which, do you guys have Weetabix? It's good, but most American cereal is basically candy, which is crazy. But yeah, Weetabix is good. Bit of put some fruit with it as well. Good breakfast. Is Griff crying? Griff was on the stream earlier. He seemed remarkably upbeat. It looked like he was in some mansion. Which, I mean, if you for those of you who don't know, Griff is actually an aristocrat. So great. What? That's not a cereal. That's not a cereal. What is? I'm not. No. I don't think so, Travis. Big fan of your work, Travis, but I don't think so. John, technique-wise, at the Senior Bowl at least, he was struggling, but he has really good movement skills. He'll give him recovery ability. Feels more to me like Pritchett is a special teams pick, but maybe he could learn some stuff down the line. Auburn will have run a variety of things. I think he's scrappy and fairly competitive. Yeah, it's kind of all right. I did wonder if they wanted one of the safeties and they just missed out at the back end of that, and so they went for the next kind of tier of corners. But yeah, it feels immediately special teams motivated. Although if you look at the PFF stat that he allowed the least receptions of any SEC corner last year, obviously there's a lot to unpack there. It could be a sample size thing. There could be what coverage he's in. But it could also be that, his former receiver background helps him anticipate routes. I mean, he was doing a bit of that in the Senior Bowl one-on-ones. It's just he wasn't taking anything away in terms of red line or his press. But maybe he's really smart when it all fits together. Henry asking me, what are my thoughts on the Guardian caps? So this is the news that the NFL is giving players the option to wear the Guardian caps, I don't know how you foam topping of the helmet, which is supposedly designed to reduce the risk of concussion. I think it's important. Football's a great sport, but it is a violent and dangerous sport, and any way that the sport can protect the players more and help them is a very important thing for the players who give up so much, but also for the future of the game, because ultimately, we have to be realistic about, protecting people and the fact that if we don't do that, then the sport will die. So it's good. Now, will players actually choose to wear them? I doubt it. But you could also say it only takes one guy, and then suddenly more and more people do it. It's changing attitude, but yeah, it's a good step. Even though they do look a bit silly, don't they? And it'll be so funny. Actually, you're just thinking, it'd be funny if after all of these new helmet designs and throwback uniforms, wow, you can get multiple helmet colors now. We can have throwback helmets. We can have silver ones. If everyone just covers it up with a Guardian cap and you just don't see them. It will look a bit odd, but it's a good change. Good reason for the change. Rio asking, was there anything on Knight's tape that you liked? He wants to hit people, and when he's clean, he will find the football and hit people, and then there's the high tackle production which comes off that. I don't know why the stupid giant foam helmets, they do look silly, but you'll get used to it, honestly. Jordan asking, why is mahogany falling? Because the tape was raw. The tape was raw, and there could be. Oh, I've lost. Let me find out what there were. I think there was a medical thing. Let me just double check that. But it is interesting because, Brandon Thorne had mahogany, and Brandon Thorne, the NFL expert on offensive line play. Expert in general on offensive line play. But he had him in the 3rd round, I think. Yeah, but he impressed at the Shrine Bowl, didn't he? The only thing is he missed the 2022 season with the torn ACL. So maybe there's something there. But he is also turning 24 in October, so that could be part of it. So tomorrow, the team I coach, we're playing up against a team who's 2-0, and they have GB coaches and GB players. So big test. I'm excited for it. It's gonna be good. Hopefully, we can compete well. It's an excellent opportunity. Captain Horrible. How upset are we about the 49ers getting Mustafa? Hey, go back and find my reaction. I was not a happy bunny. I was a bit disappointed, I have to say. Just because when they were saying about guys who can run, hit, tackle, cover, Mustafa ticked a lot of those boxes. So, and there was also a slight kind of, not need at safety, but like, there's a reason to take one. You could play him maybe as a big nickel type a bit more, and yet no. So, all right, we're almost coming up to it. Sookman, thoughts on Wingo? He's still available and other people are high on him. I don't think they can take another. Well, you can do what you want at this point, but the interior D line is loaded on Seattle. Like Cam Young, okay, he struggled to see the field last year, but at a certain point, you have to give them a reasonable chance of making the roster, right? Compete or to compete. So a backlog's not necessarily a good idea. But I know Griff liked Wingo. Like, it's slightly surprising to me that he's still available. He's a junior, isn't he? Only 21 years old, and I guess he might be getting done because he's a tweener, and but like 1.63 second 10-yard split at 284 pounds is really impressive. But yeah, it could just be that he's a tweener and they don't think he can play on the edge or like as a 5 tech. So then it's like, how are you going to work him in as a 3? John, I'm not answering that question. Yeah, I don't know it. The players being taken now, they're like generate a name. I don't know most of these people. I'm gonna hold my hands up and say that. So, we can find out about them together. With hindsight, do you wish we kept Bobby Wagner? No, it was time to move on. Seattle's on the clock per Monjombo. All right. Well, I'm going to be sticking out of the chat in a second because I've only just seen the Steelers pick go in. So I'm obviously slightly delayed as per usual. It's crazy to me, the narrative around Trotter. But at least with Trotter, he actually can run sideline and hit people. I really didn't like the player when I watched him, but at least he can sink his pads and sink his butt down. So Okay, I've just seen Seattle's pick is in. Okay, interesting. So that's a name that I'm gonna have to look up how to pronounce. Sataoa Laumea, Utah guard. Well, they have like a power spread scheme, don't they? Arms are just shorter than 33 inches. Don't have much testing numbers on him, and he's got some tackle experience, so I guess they view that as a positive. Mainly a right guard. So 2020 started 5 games as a right guard. 2021, 13 games as a right guard. And then 2022 and 2023 played right tackle. So he got some versatility there. Didn't the 26-inch vert is not great. I guess just a good kind of run blocker. But he had a sprained MCL and multiple concussions in his career, and no college tape on the left side. So I guess it's another guy who they view as physical. And Mike McDonald, he was speaking about physicality yesterday in his post-draft press conference. And he was asked also if he had a preference between guards who pass pro or run block. And what he said was, let me get it up. I like the guys that knock them off the ball. That's me, you know. So we kind of figure out the rest later, but I think Christian brings that to the table, so that's the thing I'm looking for. And I imagine not only does Christian Haynes bring that, but Sataoa Laumea, I imagine, brings that also. So there you go. They got a guy who knocks people around a bit. Cool. Yeah, and that Utah, like I said, they're a bit of zone, mainly zone, but they do some gap stuff, some pulls and stuff. They won't have done much of that tackle. So yeah. And there must be something going on with Mahogany not to have been taken, I would suggest. Yeah, I mean, how do we feel about that one, chat? This guy, you know, it's the 6th round, isn't it? So that's what you're going to get, really. Yeah, it could be worse. It'd be nice if they had a little cut up they could play of him. Again, though, positive. I have Utah tape. I have him against Oregon, Washington, USC, Washington State. So I can watch some of that. History of concussions is odd, but it doesn't sound good. KGK saying still only leaves Lake and Tomlinson at left guard unless they move guys. Gav's the chief. Thank you. I was reading the pronunciation guide that Dane Brugler posted, so if I butchered it, I butchered it. It's just my accent. So KGK, Tremaine Ankrum can play left guard as well, no? But I imagine also that, it will be interesting if LeMayu is, if he's the right guard guy, and then they stick, if they ask Haynes to play left guard, he obviously said he could do it, but he hasn't actually played there in college. So, AB pointing out we're about 9 picks away from being up again. That is correct. You know, the issue, chat, is I haven't done a lucky wee in a while. So what I'm going to do is a lucky wee. And then this next pick is going to be fantastic. It's going to be the best pick you've ever seen. So I'll be back in 2 minutes. Hello. Did I miss a pick, or has it just gone really slowly? I hope I didn't. I'm kind of lost right now, to be honest with you. Let's get rid of this. Going slow. Why is it going slow? Hurry up. So that is interesting, Sookman, that Laumea got announced as a tackle. So maybe they view it as right tackle depth for Lucas and Fan. Obviously, Fan, I think, we're talking about left guard. In a pinch, Fan could probably play some left guard. Let's get up, shall we? Just before we do that, do we think there will be some highlights? This will probably get the video demonetized, which would be a bit of a bummer. But yeah, we'll risk it. I'll just check that the video's okay. Here we go. Are we ready? When I put in his name, it came up with Pancake. So clearly that's his calling card. See, there's the pools I was talking about in Utah's offense. Yes, an okay rep. That's a good circle, isn't it? Okay. Go on then, knock him over. Oh, he didn't. All right, right tackle against Washington. Okay. Go on, knock someone over. Okay. Okay. Right, same play. Great. Oh, cool. Fan footage. Love this. Look at this account. How about that? Where's the... Oh, is the pancake coming up now? Oh, yes. Go on, son. Oh, 24 saw it all open up. He thought he was getting the tackle for loss. Oh, no. Cool. Great footage. Okay, cool. Physical. Nice. Solid. Love it. Fair enough. Right. Why is this taking so long? We've got George Kittle saying stuff. So, recap of what Seattle's done so far in the draft and what they've got coming up. Right. So we have 3 more picks, right? Or is it just 1? Oh no, there's oh, I'm confused. I am confused. Where would I find that? Two more. Thank you, chat. So 192 and 207. Not long to go now then. Both in the 6th round. Yeah, see, that's what was throwing me. The lack of the 7th round picks. I was like, how many more's left? So far, Seattle's taken Byron Murphy II, defense tackle Texas, Christian Haynes, guard, Yukon. It gets weird. It does just get weird. AJ Barner, tight end, Michigan. Pritchett, the corner out of Auburn. Tyrice Knight, the linebacker out of UTEP. And then Sataoa Laumea, the guard / right tackle from Utah. OG3. That's a tough question, dude. Probably Barner. Although tight end wasn't the most pressing of needs, but probably Barner. Matthew saying no safety yet. Yeah, I really feel they missed the trick there. Personally, I do. Just the order. Yeah, they could take Barrett here. That'd be cool. I mean, just in general, I know that they picked up these undrafted free agent linebackers in John Rattigan and Patrick O'Connell, and as I mentioned, I like O'Connell and what he showed in the preseason. Rattigan's done some stuff on specials, kind of, but because they haven't drafted a linebacker in so long, like last linebacker pick was Cody Barton, right before they took Tyrese Knight. There is kind of like a depth thing going on at linebacker where I would not be averse to taking a Will. So yeah, Michael Barrett would be a cool pick. I'd get on board with that. Shame Jordan McGee went. Monjombo saying safety isn't really a weakness this year, right? With Raytron Jenkins, Julian Love, Kayvon Wallace, Jarek Reed. Isn't it Jarek Reed Sr.? Not to pull you up. But anyway, yeah. I mean, obviously, it depends how you view those players, obviously. But I think they're okay. I think Jenkins has some good splashes and then has some very weird like whiffs and moments. Love, I think, is well, that's an odd one. Some people would say he's underrated. I'd say he's slightly overrated. Kayvon Wallace, I don't. Yeah, it's okay. Jarek Reed, I have high hopes for. Oh no, yes, Jarek Reed the second. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, Jarek Reed, if he can come back from that ACL injury as well as Pete Carroll said it looked like he was doing with it, that'd be huge. Because the weakness for safety for me, Monjombo, right now is none of those guys scream to me that they can be a big nickel that much. Love could do it in a pinch. Jenkins could do it in a pinch. Wallace could do it in a pinch. But none of them could do it, full time, which would be cool in my opinion. Right now, that group, if you ignore Reed, Reed's like kind of interchangeable 3 safety thing where they all do a bit of everything. But none of them is very good at any, like amazing at any one standout trait. So it's not meh, it's not underwhelming, but it's just it's good. It's solid to good. There's no like great there. Now, do you get a great safety in day 3? You can do. Cam Chancellor, ever heard of him? But I think you can get really quality safety play and also a different type of safety skill set in day 3, certainly. Just look at how some of the names which are taken today in terms of their athletic testing and some of their flashy plays on tape. Imagine what they could be like if they develop the skills they need in the NFL. I'm talking there, Jaden Hicks, Malik Mustafa, and both those guys I think were more could have lived in the big nickel a bit more often. Mustafa I'd have had to have watched more if there was more Wake Forest or 22. So yeah, that'd have been interesting. Monjombo, you're also saying I watched Kobe Bryant and nickel again in the first few weeks of 2023, and he seems a step behind. Yeah, he was. He's just not a man nickel, which very few people are. I think Kobe is the wild card though, because he could play some big nickel maybe. Depends how big he is. I still think he's more of a corner, but in the preseason as strong safety, he seemed pretty good. Yeah. Don, thank you very much on the hat comment. Who did Rattler go to? Was it the Saints? Because that actually could work out nicely with Pierce there. I keep getting asked overall thoughts on the draft, Don. But essentially, I think the first 2 days they did about as well as they could do without moving around. This day has been. I felt they've maybe. They've got their pick of the bunch of some players. Like they haven't been left out of a ledge. They've just picked a different player to what I would have wanted, maybe. And then I feel they missed out on the safety. I feel they could have got an interesting safety. So a bit. And I'm interested to know what's going on with Christian Mahogany because he'd have presumably been his tape's up and down, but. He was a Shrine Bowl invitee for a reason and the testing was good. So it's a bit interesting to me that he hasn't been taken yet. I've only just seen the Eagles pick come in as Dylan McMahon, the center out of NC State. So you're ahead of me again, chat. Don, I think the pick of Pritchett, I I think that maybe happens after the safety goes, maybe or they just like him. But that having watched him a bit, I know he has the good coverage stats of PFF, but having watched his technique and stuff very, very briefly, I have to say, but it seems more like a special teamer pick first. So I've just seen the Cardinals put their pick in, so I'm behind, obviously. We've almost got 2,000 people. How about that? We've got over 2,000 people. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Like the video, retweet it, please. Obviously, we're all getting in here to see what my reaction is to this Seahawks guy that hopefully I've heard of, but at this point in the draft, maybe not. Did Kaysen McCormick go? Because that's the other like athletic Mason McCormick. Yeah, Mason McCormick. Did he go? Because he was even more athletic and again some really raw tape, small school, lack of comp. But anyway. Oh, he went in the 4th round. There you go. That makes sense. I was going to say. Right, yeah, so that's even more interesting to me that Mahogany hasn't gone yet. Yeah, I remember now because I was like, oh, they had... we discussed how they did have the chance to take him if they'd liked him enough, but they didn't. Okay, so Tejuan Palmer to the Cardinals, and so the Seahawks are on the clock. Here we go. Who will it be? Who will it be? This is where you get your special teams taken care of. You get your guy who can fly down the field and hit someone. You get maybe a DJ Dallas replacement. I know people are high on Kenny McIntosh, but you might want to get a running back who can do some things in the passing game. Not that McIntosh can't do that. Seattle's pick is in. Let me try and turn it up if it gets announced on the television. I still haven't seen it. Let's see. DJ James. Oh, guys, that is crazy. That's crazy. We were watching him earlier. That was number 4, I think. Let me just check. Ah, that's why he didn't get drafted that high, because he's only 175 pounds. Interesting. You know what? If that is yeah, it's number 4. So that's the guy who, to start off with, when we were trying to watch Pritchett, I was like, oh, this is the Auburn guy. This is a really good rep. I actually preferred his technique to what Pritchett was doing. So, 175 pounder, but yeah, I like. That's funny. I actually like the pick. He was projected as a 3rd rounder by Dane Brugler, 4'4", 240, only 31-inch long arms. But if we whack on the how long have we got till Seattle's next pick? Oh, we've got a bit of time. If we whack on that tape, he was impressive. So yeah, he had 3 seasons in Oregon. So some defensive experience there, different systems. That's good. Then he returned, transferred to Auburn to be closer to home. He's from Mobile, Alabama. So he was a hometown guy at the Senior Bowl. He's 23 years old. And I wonder if he's a nickel. He had a 7.28 second 3-cone, which is awful for like the nickel type. So maybe maybe not. So let's stick on let's stick thingy on. I've already talked about this play, so they're having a kind of a weird day 3 though. It's speaking a bit like they're they didn't know what they exactly wanted to do here. Right, here we go. So look, this is good technique. The way he mirrors, steps back to keep his hip open, staying square, staying in front of the receiver, then stab him with the outside hand, and able to reset and put this hand on. That's a good rep. I mean, 175 pounds, you can do all the talk about NFL weight programs and NFL diet, and you know what I mean. I guess. Or you just say he's a lighter corner. Generally, you know, you want to be big, but is the league getting slightly more open to light guys? Maybe. See, look at this. Look at this. Look at this cut. I know he didn't have a good 3-cone, but look at this cut. Damn, that's an impressive cut. It's thrown back shoulder kind of, so it's a very difficult ball to impact, and short arms. If he had longer arms, he'd break that up. But that is a really impressive cut. So I prefer what he showed in the Senior Bowl 1-on-1s to Pritchett. And how interesting that Carl Scott, as the DB coach, was into these guys. That's Pritchett. But into these Auburn guys, I think just the way they reset their hands, I keep speaking about it, but the way they go 2-1 and 1-2 and 1-1 and then transition out is NFL like. So, and he could have just been the guy who just didn't test. You know, I don't know how accurate the 3-cone is for just predicting agility. Like, I feel some people are very good at, you know, doing the test of it, but in terms of actually the direct translation of agility to 3-cone, I have my doubts. I really do. All right, let's try and find him here. Is that him? Maybe not. It looks a bit... It could be him, couldn't it? Maybe not. Here we go. Nice. But this is an all right rep. Inside release, little mirror, and then able to unlock the hip and slide. Pretty good body position here, over the top. Leaning in to deny the space of the route. Disruption. Okay, it's a bit handsy, but it's a 1-on-1. It's a pretty good rep. Good leverage, good position. Good squeeze and top down on the route, because you never want to be in a trail position on this release, because then he gets stacked. So he's not allowing himself to get stacked here. And good kind of reach in to play through the hands. They just called a flag earlier on the kind of ticky-tacky hold stuff. But in one-on-ones, you always want the guy to be more physical. So I think that's the earlier... Is that Pritchett? I think that's Pritchett. So you just see how he's just straight up, like... He's just trying to wall people constantly and get diagnose the routes. But technique-wise, that won't fly in the NFL. Well, it's an easy tape study. We just stick on the American team one-on-ones. So I wonder what this means for Mike Jackson. Because obviously he's on a tender. They've got quite a bit of cornerback depth. Trey Brown's entering the last year of his deal, so there's reason for it. But, you know, if they needed to free up some money... Oh, is this Tyrese? Wow, okay. Yeah, so DJ James may be light, but he can play. He can play. That is insane. I don't give a crap about his 3-cone. He actually could be a nickel. It'll be interesting to hear what they say. He could be like... So, McDonald talked about Arthur Millette. He didn't talk about Arthur Millette. He used Arthur Millette as like a pure nickel type. Like, you know, 5'10" and under... Came from the Steelers, played like the you know, classic like nickel corner, small guy who's agile. This is nuts. Great eliminating of the routes. Is it a slant? Is it a fade? Is it a is it a dig? Is it a fade? Or it could be the comeback, so let's just stay. He's not fast off the ball. And then look at the feet. Running that. Look at the way he curves around here. Very impressive and nice finish to the play. Could have got a pick almost. Is that Pritchett? I don't think so. I think that might be a different player anyway. Oh, is this Tyrice Knight? Huh. Yeah, they're gonna need a lot of work there. So this is Pritchett again at the top of the screen. Yeah, he just is a mover, but he's not technically as good as DJ James. How are we doing in the draft, guys? Are we nearly done? Are we nearly at the Seahawks pick? Let's stick on. We could look at day 3 in the red zone, see how DJ James did them. But I'm a fan of this pick. I mean, 175 pounds is 175 pounds. But like I said, I think the league might be getting a bit more open to that. And this is agile. Thanks, guys. in the 4th round. They have to be thinking that Tyrese Knight is some type of like Malik Harrison project. Oh yeah. Is that our guy? I think so. We might need to go to the end zone. There we go. So this is DJ James. He was cooking. Whoever this Georgia is that that's the flashy Georgia receiver, isn't it? It's I can't remember what his name is. That's a really good rep though. I would like to have seen him match up against more people. Yeah, and this is Pritchett. Oh, Pritchett. Oh my god. Oh. Was that no, that's not him. Okay, so beat across the face. Just a bit slow, believe in the route. Needed to slide to cut off, but his feet stopped. One-on-ones are tough, especially at the red zone. Colby's asked me, what do I think of Curtis Jacobs, linebacker, Penn State? Didn't pop to me, so I didn't watch that much of him. And then Bo Braid, safety, Maryland. How do you guys say that? He was very slow. So he kind of came off to me like very good, like good solid college player. Not much else. I don't really know what he does in the league. Merland, Maryland, 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 Maryland. Thank you, chat. Very useful. What? Will, come on now. What is that type of question, Will? How does Knight compare to Jordan Brooks when he was drafted? Look, one is a 1st round pick, one is a 4th round pick. That's kind of all you need to know. We're not getting into this. Jordan Brooks had the most dominant linebacker run tape I've seen. When I watched his tape, I was like, oh my god, this guy's gonna be good. Unreal college tape, especially the full body of work. If you look at the coverage stuff earlier on, oh my god. Anyway, yeah, I took the bait, so that's on me. That's on me. Right, how are we doing? Hey, the draft could be over before match of the day. English listeners will know what match of the day is. Going to watch Newcastle win 5-1. Going to watch Manchester United draw. Love that. One, two, three, four, five, 6 picks away. Oh, Christian Boyd to the Saints. Kind of a nose tackle. I think Seattle's a bit too deep inside line to be taking another one. But Alex with a question mark. Kobe Bryant full-time safety. I don't think he's a full-time safety, but I do think he is a safety / nickel, which is a safety. But yeah, I think his days of perimeter corner are over. But we'll see. This cigar thoughts. Geordies, absolutely. Away the lads. Arthur Newcastle. Or Newcastle. What do you think of nabbing Michael Pratt if he's still there, says Matt Miller. Their guy's going to be John Reese Plumlee, isn't it? UDFA John Reese Plumlee. Maybe they spend a draft pick on him. Do it in the 7th. They don't have a 7th. Brilliant. Alexander Isak goated, says Rohan. Yes. Nate, wonder if they take that quarterback here, or is he a priority? Yeah, well, they could take Plumlee here. Seems a bit high. Yeah, John, yeah, that's sort of what I was thinking as well. So Bob Condoe to the Seattle Times saying they could lower Michael Jackson's tender with the cornerback picks, but could cut him to save more. That would be really unfortunate and suck. But and I really like Mike Jack. I don't know why he kind of gets a bad rap. Like, what? He's been a solid player. But yeah, that could be a thing. John, hey, Griff theorized Mike Jack the safety, didn't he? And I quite like the vision. Guy in quarters, he looks polished, could play quarters. In quarters, his pedal is so smooth, and the way he clicks and closes and triggers and diagnoses and leverages stuff. I like the idea of it, but yeah, it looks ominous right now for Mike Jack, unfortunately. It does. Come on now. Take a player. Come on, Indy. So we've had 2 players from Auburn, 1 from UConn, 1 from Michigan. Let's have Mike Barrett. Let's have 2 Michigan. Let's have Mike Barrett. Nathan says, does it seem possible to keep Mike Jack and trade Brown? I don't know what people would give for Trade Brown. He's in the last year of his rookie contract. He's struggled with injury, so in terms of availability, there's not much. He was only ever a 3rd-round pick initially. I don't think you get enough to trade Brown. Juice isn't worth a squeeze. OG3 saying we really have like 8 corners and only 2 to 3 safeties. OG3, they have Kayvon Wallace, Julian Love, Jarek Reed, Kobe Bryant, another guy I'm completely blanking on who's a starter. Oh yeah, Rayshon Jenkins. That's 5. Jonathan Sutherland, that's 6. So it's not true, is it, OG3? And OG3, you've been kind of slipping under the radar a bit, but remember, there's no one here to keep me in check right now. It's just me. So yeah, but I'm actually really hyped to see what Jarek Reed can do. I'm hoping that them not being able to tell that he'd done his ACL because of how fit he was is signs that his recovery is going to be good as well. and that he can just build on what was a great looking rookie year, including that preseason where he looked so polished as a safety. And I think he can. I mean, they kind of drafted him to be the Quandre Diggs replacement, right? Like similar profile, similar everything. So maybe that happens. We'd like to see 5 hours. We're at the 5-hour mark. What a maniac. There was a point where I was going to fall asleep in front of you, but food sorted me out. I think the other thing to say about the DB picks, both being from Auburn and experience, they'll have experience in multiple systems. Auburn will do a bit of everything defensively. They do quite a bit. McDonald values versatility and experience in versatility. So different techniques, different coverages. They're all ticks for him. So Nate, that is disgusting. That is disgusting. I mean, you could be right. I wouldn't know. But also, not to belabor a point, but I think what this shows, how this draft's playing out now, is the lack of depth in the draft. Like a lot of these guys, like as much as we like DJ James, number 4, but he's 175 pounds. Would he be an undrafted free agent in another draft, in another mock? Maybe. I know some people had him in the 3rd round, so maybe I'm chatting out my ass, but I don't know. The depth of the draft, the types of players they're getting now, they're very much competition role players, special teams, and that's only in the mid 6th round. So a dog peed on Daniel Jeremiah. Oh no. Yeah, it's been I'm interested to see what Griffin says about this, and talk to him. We'll have him on at some point. What's his verdict on these picks? But it's important to state that, kind of to my point about guys who are going to be battling for the roster, it's going to be very competitive, even with their free agency stuff and the fact that they don't have that many guys under contract after 2025, right? And there's going to be a lot of churn going on. It's going to be competitive, but it's important to emphasize that this draft wasn't going to correct the holes that we perceive to be on the roster in terms of or weaker points than last year in terms of left guard and then in terms of linebacker. It would have been very, very, very difficult for them to do that. Things would have had to fall the right way, and even then, yeah, it's just tricky. So Don saying we don't have enough beef in the trenches. Well, are you talking offense or defense there, Don? Because defense, if they're not comfortable with, I mean, he'll be over 300 pounds, I think, by the time he gets to the league. Byron Murphy the second, and then Jaron Reed, and then Leonard Williams, and then Draymond Jones, who I don't personally think is that good on the inside on normal downs, but he could do it. And then Cam Young in his 2nd year, and Jonathan Hankins is a free agent nose tackle vet signing. Last year, they had 2 guys over 300 pounds on the interior. This time, who were healthy at each point, or could be relied upon. When they signed Williams, it was technically 3, but Cam Young couldn't get on the field because they didn't trust him. This year, and again, it's kind of relying on the fact that Cam Young is trusted a bit more. But this year, they have 6 over 300 pounds on the interior, or 5. Williams, Reed, Murphy, Hankins, Young. That's meaningful. The Ravens last year had 5 over 300 pounders on the interior. So to me, that's what they needed to do. It really is. Yeah, Draymond Jones does get pushed around on the interior. It was all over his Denver tape as well. Just combo blocks just aren't his game. So I know he had some comments about being used in a better or correctly, but I do think he's more of like he's a guy you play on the edge or maybe a 5-tech like Seattle did last year. 5-tech in base, big outside backer in nickel. And then when it comes to actual pass rush situations, maybe that's when you can experiment with him as a rush 3-tech. Don saying, yeah, but nobody like 350. Yeah, that's a fair point. No Michael Pierce on this roster. Except Brian Monet. Whatever's happening with him, right? Like, is he still... He got... Is he he's a free agent. He could come back. They could get an undrafted free agent in. Honestly, like the way that it's such a stupid point because they're so different, but the way that Byron Murphy strikes guys as a 2-eye nose, playing like the same alignment that Michael Pierce did. It kind of reminds me of Pierce, like the way he can strike a guard and then run down the line. I wonder if that's the plan for him. Matty, of the 2024 Seahawks draft class, who do you see carving out a starting role this year? Asked Colby. Well, that could be quite a damning question, couldn't it? There's no reason Byron Murphy II can't beat out Jaron Reed. Jaron Reed's 32. He had a remarkable return year, but for him to repeat that would be even more impressive. And yeah, let's get Byron Murphy. Took him at 16. Let's go and seize that opportunity. Let's go and play. What was it? I think Pierce played 55% of the Ravens snaps last year. Let's have Byron Murphy do that for Seattle. That's the vision, right? Mike Morris is coming back, Don, and he got to nearly 300 pounds last year. I think he was at 290, which is crazy. They had him envisioned as like an interior dude, like the big end role in old Seattle defense, where he'd play a 4-tech, a bit of 3-tech. But what's interesting about Morris is under Mike McDonald at Michigan, he was a pure edge. So in nickel, rather than playing a 3 technique like a big end would, he actually played outside backer and he was the big edge type. So I'm very intrigued to see how Mike Morris shakes out. As we get to Griffin, he's back. He's in the lab. Griffin, you're live on the Seattle Overload podcast.
What's up?
We're entering the 5-hour mark.
You're insane.
The Seahawks are nearly on the clock.
What did you think of the last Auburn corner pick? The second one.
You know what? Guess what? So
What?
we go. I'm like, hey, this Pritchett was at the Senior Bowl. I was like, oh, here he is. He's wearing this. I was like, oh, this is nice technique. Oh, I like how he's unlocked his hip and gone 1-2 with and 2-1 with the arms and got his wipers going. And then we zoom in on the jersey. I'm like, oh, that's not number 1. That's number 4.
Yeah.
Then they go and take number 4 from the Senior Bowl, DJ James. And I'm like, oh, that's the guy. So, yeah, technique-wise, he's good. And then
Nice.
agility-wise, terrible 3-cone. But in terms of the Senior Bowl, he's like running a comeback for people. So
Yeah.
I'm wondering if he is like maybe he's a nickel or maybe he's just a cover outside guy. Just put weight on, but he can cover. Like he can actually
Good.
cover.
Okay.
And he's got short arms as well. So in terms of pass breakups, less good. But, and then
do you-
people are bringing up that he was the guy who gave up he might have been the guy who gave up a Hail Mary on fourth and forever against Alabama.
Interesting. Do you find it interesting that we shouldn't read in too much to day 3, right? But do you find it interesting that they're taking 2 corners?
I think if you view Pritchett more as a special team pick first. But it also feels
Yeah.
like they're going to cut Mike Jack or put him at safety,
Yeah. Yeah.
which sucks for him.
Did you see the DM that I sent you?
No. Oh,
Go check it.
chat, spicy DM, live reaction to the spicy DM.
You can't make any insinuation though, because it's
Which chat is it? Is it our Seattle
group.
Overload chat?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. That doesn't surprise me.
No, it doesn't. It squares.
Yeah, it squares with everything. Like, he's an odd guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
Anyway.
not hard to read between the lines. Anyway,
I still can't get over the linebacker decision, because it's not just who they took, it's where they took him at the expense of other options.
we watched more of him, dude, against Liberty.
Yeah.
And then we watched, so he had one rep against Liberty where he dipped around the edge with a ghost move. And then we watched him in 2022 because people said he played outside backer.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if the vision for him is actually as like a Malik Harrison type. And they try to play him as like a Sam. And then obviously Malik Harrison, when he was in Baltimore, when he got on the field, which wasn't often, it's probably like 23% of the snaps. But when he was on the field, it was as a under Sam, but against certain fronts, they check into an overlook where he's off the ball as the like a 50 tech on a tackle.
Yeah. You see, that's what Dodson should be. Dodson should be the Malik Harrison.
Yeah, so then maybe Dodson starts as the Mike. They try and get this guy and Tyrice Knight involved as a Sam. Then when they acquire a Mike via trade or something, then they work it out. But it comes off to me like they're envisioning Knight as a like Van Noy Harrison type, but
Agreed.
maybe. But then his pad level's so poor, like even to set an edge at the line, which you have to do as a Sam.
Yeah.
You have to get force from the ground, and he can't. He just plays so upright. He literally there's plays where he looks like a stick because he's standing up like. Yeah. Yeah,
I know. It's not great. He actually is good at reducing surface when he does speed rip though. Like that's more so when he's fitting the run from behind the line of scrimmage. Like that's the one thing he does okay if he reads it quickly enough.
Right. It's crazy that Nathaniel Watson went in the 6th round.
Yeah, well, that's where he was my second to last linebacker.
Tyrese Knight or Watson?
Watson. It was Watson and then Knight. Mojambo just said Michael Barrett, come on down. He hasn't been picked yet?
No.
He's a good football player, man. What is going on there? I know he's old, but I don't get it, man. I really don't get it.
And a Knight as well. He tackles people so high that he's like almost face caging them.
Yes.
His arm is like in the helmet. He's going to break his arm. I mean, I hope he doesn't, but he is risking his arm health. All right, pick is in. Don't spoil it.
Whatever, man.
Don't spoil it. Have you seen the pick?
I think it's glare, guys, from my window. Yeah, I saw it. A tackle. You still haven't seen it?
I have. I don't know who that is.
So
what is Findlay?
He's a crazy tester.
Okay, cool. What is Findlay?
I'm not sure. Dude, is Michael Barrett going to be an undrafted free agent?
I think so. Well, great. Griff, I've been talking for so long. What's your grade of day 3 for the Seahawks?
Day 3, give it like a C. The corners are interesting. AJ Barner pick is fine. The Knight pick irks me a little bit. So I guess, I don't know, average. C, whatever. I feel average would be C plus probably. I give it a square C, slightly below average. But day 1, day 2 went great. So
I give them a out of 10, gave them a 7 in terms of, what they did what they could without doing any moves,
Right.
and then a 3.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, the corner thing as well. The other factor to that, of course, is that Rick Woolen had an up and down season. It's a big year, so they need to push him to actually sort his crap out, because he was like he had a bizarre second season, and he just seems like an unusual guy. So they really need to push him to be good. But I don't know if day 3 picks are going to do that. But then if day 3 picks aren't going to do that, then you probably want to get rid of him, right? So yeah, it's interesting to see what happens with Rick Woolen. That's kind of it shouldn't be I think in the same way that Pete Carroll would get and did get questioned over whether he could reach young players still, with how Rick Woolen fell off like that. And he tried to use the bench as a way of getting him, and he did. I saw it on Twitter. Some people were questioning him over it. I think Mike McDonald is the first big test of his defensive coaching if he can get Woolen. And some guys just aren't cut out to be pro footballers. Don't get me wrong. We don't need to overreact or put too much into it, but it's certainly on the list of priorities. If you can get Rick Woolen playing to his potential, then wow, you've solved something. If you can't, then suddenly you've got a bit of an issue with corner.
Yeah, I'm not sure I buy there being a narrative there. I think that's a one-off. I mean, Jackson Smith and Jigba came in with great energy. He had
I don't buy it either.
No, I know. I'm just speaking to it. I mean, I don't know. All the rookies they've brought in, Devin Witherspoon was amazing as a rookie, doing stuff that he didn't even do in college. So I think Tariq Woolen is just an anomaly, or just an individual case.
It's Reek, by the way.
Reek, that's right. Yeah. What did you think of the tackle guard they took?
Let me get the name again. How do you say his name? Layautu? No, that's the other guy. I just read that he had a history of concussions and he played right tackle and right guard, and I know they did a lot of zone, but they pulled him a bit. We found a nasty pancake from fan footage. He's just a physical player. It's matching the physical part of the remit that McDonald wanted.
Yeah.
Laumea. Yeah.
Interesting.
Anyway.
All right. Well, is what it is.
Okay. So, what did you think of AJ Barner, Griff?
Just a Y, right? A rotational Y tight end.
A Big Ten Y, like we said.
Yeah.
We said Big Ten Y. Were you surprised? Some people in the chat were somewhat surprised they didn't go and get Cade Stover. But my kind of thinking was, because he was still on the board and better athlete in terms of the testing, although arm length shorter. My thinking was that he was a better blocker potential. Barner was than Stover. And they kind of need that inline guy. He'll push Pharaoh Brown. They obviously lost Will Dissly. So
agreed.
Yeah.
No, I agree with that. It's a fine pick. That was obviously they need to literally put someone on the roster other than Pharaoh Brown and Noah Fant. So
yeah, and they ran the heck out of the ball at Michigan. So for Barner to get on the field, he has to be doing something.
Yep. I know Nate Tice really liked Barner.
Well, Nate Tice knows ball, so that is encouraging.
Sure does.
Christian Mahogany to the Lions in the 6th round. Surprised how far he fell. Speaks to how bad some of his tape was, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what do you make of... we don't need to talk about Tyrese Knight anymore. It's very tough to see what that is. We obviously have to hear about them, hear from them on that. But have you got any other kind of thoughts or...
I'm curious to see what they do in undrafted free agency. Position wise, I feel like they'll go hard at safety to completely neglect safety in the draft. I get them not liking safety in this draft, but they still feel like they should still add to it. Maybe there's some signaling there that they have some, faith in Kobe Bryant, maybe Sutherland. I mean, Sutherland really popped last year during preseason. So, and I still think that they're not going to be afraid of trading for someone, whether at safety or linebacker throughout the process. And then there are still free agents like Justin Simmons and Quandre Diggs are waiting out the draft for a reason. If they somehow got Justin Simmons in here, that'd be amazing. I mean, he's still a top 10 safety, straight up. Contract-wise, I have no idea how they pull that off, but that would be pretty darn cool.
Yeah, he was just on a really bad team last year, wasn't he?
Yeah. If I was him, I'd try to get down to Carolina, but Colby asks, would you rather see Haynes or Laumea switch to left guard? I would keep Haynes where he's best at. So Haynes at right guard, and then let Laumea compete with Lake and Tomlinson at left guard.
What about Tremaine Ankrum, though?
I mean, I guess throw him in there, right? But he feels like a backup. Yes, no, maybe so.
Yeah. But they've got a lot of spots where I would say, and this will be intentional, there's spots where there isn't necessarily guaranteed starters. There's a lot of room for them to just go, sorry, you're cut now. You've been beat. So you can see what they're going for. Similar in a sense to how they tried to do it in 2011. 2010. So, and again, to the point, this year may not be the year, but next year you would hope that there's some real signs of progress. Guys have emerged, and then it's like, okay, they're building something.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go grab my charger. I'll be right back.
Okay. Very interesting though, chat. It's been an unusual draft in some ways. Matt Miller, outside of 2021, when the Seahawks only had 3 picks, the last time Seattle didn't take a running back in the draft was 2015. Obviously, they don't have any more picks right now, so they could be repeating 2015. But that is, that's interesting. I guess they feel good. I did wonder about, Kenny McIntosh is here, but they lost DJ Dallas. They did have Rashad Penny in for a visit. But I was curious. I know Kenny McIntosh is a fan favorite. I get that.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, Dylan Johnson's going to be an undrafted free agent, it looks like.
Ultimately, the draft was a success in that you took two players that are really good, that you also know improve you. I mean, Haynes might be the most valuable pick they could have made realistically, with the exception of going Barton or Faetanu in the first, right? But if you want to play the game of, would you rather have Barton and Michael Hall, or would you rather have Murphy and Haynes? I mean, honestly, I could go either way. So I'm not too dogmatic over those possibilities. So, I mean, a defensive line featuring Murphy and Leonard Williams, and then Jaron Reed and Draymond Jones are your third and fourth best players, assuming Jaron Reed repeats, right? On your interior, that's really exciting. That's more talent than what McDonald had in Baltimore in terms of aggregate talent. And then, edge there's a lot of room for improvement still, but just even their floor, like a healthy Nwosu, Boye Mafe having a year 2 breakout. If Derek Hall follows suit, that's a really cool defensive line. So,
The thing which for me is slightly disappointing is uh, I feel they could have got Knight later, and we'll never know, right? And they know
yeah,
way more than me. I feel they could have got Knight later and then got a Malik Mustafa type splashy highlight player.
right.
And then and was Pritchett really going to be a pick in the fourth round, or would he have lasted a bit longer? Like I feel Mustafa going to the 49ers bums me out.
Yeah, for sure. And he fits.
Yeah, to a glove, he's going to be like Hufanga but smaller and even more twitched up, like and hit the crap out of people.
Yeah, yeah.
Play him in a quarter, just
Go
destroy people.
downhill
Yeah.
all day long. So
And that
roster,
felt like I know Seattle maybe looking for something slightly different, but they said before the draft we want people who can run, hit, cover, tackle.
yeah. I feel like we're going to see a lot of cover one, and a lot of 5-man pressures, and that will be a way to take heat off of the linebackers.
Because they
And
just
they'll
rat or play on the back.
rat or play on the back, or they're rushing,
Or
right?
they're rushing, yeah.
Yeah, and
So it's
that
just going
will
to be a variety of like 5 down looks on passing downs.
could be, yeah, could be. He like McDonald might yo-yo back to more Martindale stuff because he just doesn't have the players on the spine of his back seven in the coverage that can defeat concepts.
Yeah.
It's going to have to be pressure and
philosophically,
disguise.
right? Philosophically, right? His whole philosophy is they have to believe that you're going to send the pressure. They have to believe that we're bringing the pressure. We have to like establish the pressure. So what if this year is about establishing the pressure of that you actually are going to pressure, and that kind of mindset among the team that everyone has to be able to rush, everyone has to be able to blitz. And then the second year is about kind of scaling it back, being a bit more of a sim creeper team, rushing for sim, and with the thought that you've seen who can rush, you've seen who can do it, and they also understand the mindset of protections and how creeper or sim is just like a blitz, but you're dropping an extra guy or two.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's so hard to square. Like we're trying to make sense of it, right? It's so hard to square where they're at linebacker and safety. With not that the safety group is like terrible, it's not. It's average, but it's so hard to square that with what Baltimore had between their safety nickel linebacker group, the interior 5 of the back 7 being like one of the 3 best in the NFL last year, the past 2 seasons.
I know.
And then to look at what Seattle has there and knowing what McDonald's scheme is, it's like you can't draw the. I mean, even as of right now, you're already not optimizing yourself by having Baker at will and Dodson at Mike. I mean, if you're really sticking with those two, then flop them just for coverage purposes.
Mm-hmm.
Baker should be Mike and Dodson should be Will. I like that they identify Baker as a Will because that implies that they have high hopes for Mike. That's why I keep thinking, are they going to get back on the trade conversation? They did reach out to Jacksonville for Devin Lloyd,
which was
that was
fairly early,
very early in the process. And then Corbin Smith also hinted that they reached out to one of Detroit's linebackers, or to Detroit for one of their linebackers as well. So it was definitely something that's on the brain.
Okay, we have a question in the chat. No free ads, but we have 2,100 people watching us. So Alex saying, where can I get that hat? It's a Mitchell & Ness hat, which I purchased from Simply Seattle, I think it is. So Simply Seattle, if you want to sponsor the pod, just giving you a free plug. So I also got it like 2 years ago. So
yeah.
Right. Any other thoughts, Griff? Because I think they're done.
Yeah, you got to be tired, man.
I am tired, dude. I am tired. Yeah.
if they're to trade Tariq Woolen, what do you think the capital would be? Second round?
No,
Third round?
no, fourth, fifth.
Really?
Why are you trading him? Like, that's a red flag immediately.
Yeah, true.
I don't think you get anything for him, really. And he's a day 3 pick ultimately. That's what matters in the NFL. Like, he was viewed as a complete project. He had a good 1 year. And if you're trading him after Pete Carroll can't harness him, and then the new guy who's the defensive whiz kid can't harness him, what is going on there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you get much for him at all.
Yep.
Right.
We shall
Well,
see.
Chat, any other closing questions for us? I've kind of run out of stuff to ask, Griff. I'm too tired.
I'm surprised
Grip.
Mekhi Wingo dropped so far.
I know. That was an interesting one. Do you think it's because he's a tweener or young or
Who knows?
raw?
Who knows? Maybe he was just overshadowed by Jefferson and Mason Smith during the pre-draft process, and the league is like, well, surely 3 defensive tackles won't hit. I don't know, just mind games they play with themselves.
Right.
I hope they go after Michael Barrett in free agency. I can't believe he hasn't been drafted.
Bet the Chargers will be.
Yep.
Well, the Chargers might take him because they've got a 7th round pick. Anyway. Do you think Green Bay's linebacker coach being in Seattle has any implications about shaping Knight? I forgot about that. Hopefully it doesn't mean that they can't eval linebackers.
Yeah, because they've struggled at linebacker, inside linebacker in Green Bay. So,
what's he called? Is he Oliver Doty or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. Any undrafted free agents you want them to go after? Let's get John Reese Plumlee in there, fun free agency quarterback who they had in for a visit, UCF guy. Let's get Michael Barrett if he's still there. Edgewise, what about Mohamed Kamara, Griff? He hasn't been taken yet, has he?
He hasn't been taken? I would do that.
I don't think so. Well, I could be completely wrong. I've kind of lost the plot here. So
I thought I saw that he did go.
Maybe. Cornelius Johnson, has he been taken yet?
Let's see. Brendan Rice is still available.
Kamara went to the Dolphins.
Okay. Johnson is not.
What about the other Michigan receiver?
Oh, he went. Roman Wilson?
Yeah.
Taj Washington?
Yeah, I mean, really, for UDFA, they need some more receivers. They need a safety or 2. They need a running back, probably, just thinking preseason. They need a QB, and they could do with a big nose, which should happen.
Gabriel Murphy's still alive? Wow.
I'd hope so.
I would have thought they would have been on more UCLA guys because of the connection to Baltimore, because their DC last year coached for Baltimore in 2022.
Yeah, that's
son of Anthony Lynn.
Yeah. Oh.
All right.
Well,
is that all?
I think so.
Does that conclude negotiations?
Any closing wisdom? Any other things you want to talk about, Griff?
I don't think so. What's your final
nice weather
grade?
With you.
What's your final letter grade?
6 out of 10. That's a letter.
Okay.
So that's like a C plus, isn't it?
I give the grade a B, just because I think the first 2 picks just carry.
Give him a B minus. B minus.
I'll stick at B.
Huh? No, okay. I'll give him a C plus.
Okay, that's fine. Well, we average out to a B minus then.
Exactly.
Bang.
Bang.
Hit it, Matty.
All right. Hey, chat, thank you so much. Follow Griff on Twitter at CMikeSpinMove. Follow me at Matty F. Brown. Follow the pod at Seattle Overload. We'll be back with I don't know if we can watch Tyrice Knight tape, but we'll be watching Byron Murphy. We'll be watching other players, like fun players. And We'll have scheme previews. We'll have off-season content. Let us know in the comments, what do you want to see from us off-season content-wise? Please do subscribe to the YouTube channel, Matty F. Brown. Find the podcast, Seattle Overload. Give us a 5-star review. Tell a friend about it. Post the streams in like forums with friends and stuff, just to get more people in here. Amazing amount of people in here. So thank you so much for that. Over 2,000 people. Appreciate you all sticking with me, and then also with Griff. And yeah, we'll be back soon. We'll have to react to the draft after a few days, dust has settled stuff, press conferences, what they talk about, undrafted free agency, standouts, all that fun stuff too. So yeah, we'll be keeping this thing rolling in this new era of Seahawks football. Griff?
Hit it, Matty. Hit it.
But that was good, man. Oh, I didn't end the stream.